Taking its time. Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 248, I think it is. So we'll be with you in a minute. We're just doing a few checks here after the intro music's finished. It's a day of things going wrong, I tell you. Is it playing now? Everything's running slow for some reason. Right, it's okay now. How's it sounding out there? There's Robert and Mr. Mush. It's going to take a wee while for my eyes to focus properly too. Going down to the base again. It's our favorite place. Area 51. Should let me stop, hopefully. Here we go. Hello. Hello. Good to be back. Looks like we've got a few people on the side already. We're a bit late. As usual, we had some strange tech problems. So yeah, be civil on this side, no swearing, well, within reason, and no trolling, of course, and no self-promotion. The usual stuff. Are you there, Robert? Gone quiet.
I hope so. I hope you.
Hopefully everybody can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would be a plan, yeah.
And let me just check the levels here. I think you're coming through. Can you just introduce what we're doing today?
Yeah, sure. Presque, Bigfoot UFO incident, Pennsylvania, 1966, on demand from Bob W. from last Sunday's live. And then we're moving on to the Portage County UFO chase. This is a good one. Went from Ohio to Pennsylvania, also in 1966. And then the Kinros UFO disappearance, that one was for you, wasn't it, Paul? That was over Lake Superior where the pilot's aircraft, as well as the pilot, disappeared. And then, going back to 1947, the Moodrock Air Force Base incident, going back to 1947. So yeah, we've got 4 good cases. See how they go.
I'm just typing up the side thing. I don't think I added it yesterday, did I? I probably forgot to do it. UFOs period it was called. You forgot to post me information.
No. I think you misunderstood what I was trying to say there. But it doesn't matter.
I thought the title was UFOs period, no more.
No. No. I was responding to your previous comment.
I renamed it UFOs and Bigfoot period. Don't argue. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. It's period. Whether that, I thought maybe there's a trick in the word that you're giving me for the title, like in the period where it actually happened the most. I thought maybe that's a sort of trick word that you're using. I don't know what was wrong with you yesterday, man.
Well, between like the full production line of Homebrew going.
Well, that's always the problem.
And the dog had chronic diarrhea.
Oh, great.
And didn't quite make it to the back door, so I had a big clean-up operation, and you all really wanted to know that, and I think I'd better leave it there.
I
And he's a
think
big
so.
dog. He's a big dog. It wasn't nice.
Yeah, he's like a
Okay.
Bigfoot. He's like a big,
Yeah.
hairy, white foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, people saw him on the intro there with the message saying,
Mhm.
"What? No way am I smiling."
Okay.
So who we got with us on the side anyway? We got Charles, is it?
We got
Tommy
we got
T.
Tommy T. Charles. Yeah.
Sparks.
Sparkslinger
I don't remember that one.
7007. Okay.
What is your thoughts on the new? What's that word say?
Oh, a
Una.
movie parts. Yeah, I need to have a closer look at that.
I haven't heard anything. I've been too busy. It's only come out yesterday. How you doing? Yep. Yeah, so we're up and running. So the first area we're going to is this place here. Have you got a link to go there, Robert? So you might remember we looked here a few lives back about the strange white image on a trail cam, which was somewhere in this area here, I think it was, in Michigan. And now we're going down to this place down here. Cleveland, is it? Looks like it. And there's New York over here, and also New York over this side. I never understand America. There's a city called New York there, and a city called New York there, or a county called New York. I just. Ugh. Anyway, let's put on the satellite view. So this saying it's an inland sea, is it, or is it a freshwater lake there? It's a bit hard to tell. It looks like
Yeah,
it
it
must
seems to have an
be.
inlet from the ocean, has it?
Yeah, it's a bit like the Loch Ness. Loch
Oh,
Ness.
hold on. Where are you now? You're in Canada, aren't you? That's Lake Erie and Michigan, and
These must be freshwater lakes then.
yeah, they are. Yeah, they're the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
You're not meant to be there, Paul. You're meant to be Presque Island.
No, Pennsylvania, you said?
Yeah. Presque Island.
Yeah, it's like a little bit that sticks out here. If we zoom right in, you'll see.
There we go.
There you go. It's like a little bit that sticks out. Look, like a man-made. Looks like a man-made. What do you call it? A barrier, water barrier. There, is it?
Yeah, it's like a breakwater. Or, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they dumped a load of soil
Causeway.
into the lake or something. Weren't some of the lakes artificially made though over there? I can remember that they left graves in the ground and just released all the water and filled it up in a valley. But yeah, there's the island. It's not a very big island to have a Bigfoot. Is it?
No,
It looks like a hydro dam there. Is it? Is it a hydro dam there?
especially one that came out of a UFO.
It's like a sandy beach there. I thought it looked like a hydro dam. What's all that there? Car parks or something. What is that? The square blocks of land of some sort.
It don't
Anyway,
matter.
a car park there. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's got a strange looking place. Lots of places like that in America, though. What's that there? A lot of boats and stuff. Cool.
Yeah, it's the Marina.
Yeah. Just took time to redraw it in. Oh, I think it's there now. Okay, we got a link. Have we posted?
Yeah. It's the side chat's taken up a bit, but it is there. Unless you want me to repost it.
You might have to. I'm having trouble with the cursor
It's okay.
going up on it. Oh, here we go. No,
Yeah.
it's working. It's working now.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. When things go wrong, things go wrong. We'll get there.
YouTube? Really?
Yeah. Always redirects
There
it
we
for
go.
YouTube. That's where it always goes wrong.
Mm.
UFO Insights. Let's kick in the reader. Let's make sure it works anyway.
The Presque Park Incident.
Didn't hear "oh" pronounced very well there. So this first published in January 2019. Okay. Get it reading, shall we?
Inapparent
Yeah.
landing of UFO in the summer of 1966 at the Presque Park in Erie, Pennsylvania is one still spoken of and researched today. The incident would unfold in front of multiple witnesses, and would have several secondary corroborating witnesses further to that. Furthermore, at least 2 of those present would encounter much more than just the landing of a strange alien craft. A strange humanoid whose description would match that of a Bigfoot-type creature would approach these witnesses. Another example of a UFO case with connections to this legendary but apparently earthbound entity.
I'm not sure why it's not auto-scrolling. It used to do it. So yeah, you might remember we did a case in Michigan, and it got this strange image here. They said was a Bigfoot, and I said, well, it looked like an out of focus pony, a white pony, and it's bending its neck around, so it looks like it's got a horse face here. Well, it could be a person, just distorted, walking past the trail camera. I don't think it's a Bigfoot though. But it does sort of sound a bit same description. A Bigfoot, what did they say it was? Strange alien craft, a Bigfoot type creature. So is that a big...
in this case, it wasn't like a photograph. It was all close up and personal, So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, so that's kind of a strange description, though. Bigfoot type creature. So anyway,
yeah, they didn't say it was a Bigfoot.
Well, I'm not too sure about that other one they were posting around a couple of months ago. Looks like a pony, but anyway, we'll just carry on.
It's not related to this case.
Betty Calm. One of the most respected paranormal journalists of his time, John Keel, would conduct one of the initial investigations into the case. However, a plethora have taken place since. And despite a person stepping forward with claims of an apparent hoax 3 decades after the incident, as we will see, these claims themselves don't appear to hold water. It is a case that continues to intrigue and fascinate those in UFO circles, as well as those with an interest in cryptozoology. Yet another case that leaks into multiple and largely believed to be unrelated fields of interest. Incidentally, while there is no doubt of the incident taking place, some of the finer details appear to have been corrupted over time. For example, some say there was a 5th, unnamed witness in the vehicle. Others still claim that 2 children belonging to one of the witnesses were also present. We do not mention these from here on in, and instead, settle on the main witnesses, and particularly the 2 who wish to report and investigate the incident.
Say pause.
Contents. I know we saw it.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Now, John Keel. So he was one of the original investigators. And the only thing with John Keel, he's the guy who did the Mothman prophecies. Did you know that? Silver Bridge and all that business. John Keel.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing with John Keel, he was a good researcher, but he had a tendency to believe in anything.
Yeah, I kind of recall that.
His mates used to wind him up with all these kind of UFO sightings, and he just sucked them all in. And then they tell him afterwards that they were joking, And he'd absolutely lose it. Apparently, he was completely devoid of like a sense of humor, and he'd absolutely lose it with him. Then it'd only take a week, and it'd wind him up again, and he'd fall for it again, and the cycle was happening. Yeah, I know. So that's the only thing with John Keel. You've got to be a little bit careful because I think maybe he wanted to believe in these things a little bit too much, and that clouded his judgment, as often happens. Okay, on the go, Paul.
He wasn't a ST10 fan, was he?
Oh God, I think John Keel was dead long before.
I was
security
joking.
Came on the thing, but yeah, I know you were.
We'll carry on then.
A little
Off you
after
go.
7:30 p.m. on the evening of the 31st of July 1966, three friends, Douglas Tibbetts, Betty Kelm, Anita Hifley, and Gerald LaBelle, who we will come to in a moment, sat in their stranded vehicle. It was bogged down in the sand of a deserted beach in Presque Park after they had ventured out this way to enjoy a picnic in the secluded area of the park. They had made attempts to free the vehicle. However, with skies beginning to darken, Gerald would offer to walk to the park offices so as to alert park officials to their predicament. The remaining three would simply sit in the car and wait. Just after 9 p.m., however, the monotony of the situation was about to be broken. Out of the lightly darkened early evening sky, a square or hexagonal object emerged into view. It moved from side to side in a very erratic manner, but then would suddenly stop around 10 feet above the surface of the beach a little over 400 yards away from their car. There were lights, or the appearance of lights, around the edges of the object that appeared to sweep the area below. It then began to descend onto the sandy surface, eventually landing behind the trees. Betty would later claim to the Air Times newspaper, "The car vibrated. I know we saw it. We had taken a walk in that area earlier. There was nothing between the trees then." A strange array of orange and yellow lights began to project into the woodland that surrounds the beach at its edges and provided its ultimate privacy. Betty would state, "It lit up the whole woods and the path. It wasn't like a searchlight. There was light along the ground. Along the whole path." Douglas Tibbetts. A tall humanoid with a Bigfoot-type outline. Before the landing of the UFO.
It's amazing how many people are called Betty in UFO
yeah,
cases,
Betty
right?
Hill, I'm sure that's the one. Yeah, and Betty Landrum as well.
Yeah,
Betty
there's
and
another
Cash
Betty
Landrum.
as well. Betty Cash as well. Betty
Yeah, I
Cash.
just said that. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Betty and Barney. Betty, Barney,
no,
Betty Cash.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, there was Betty from that one, and there was Cash Landrum, and you are right. That's the 1980 incident, wasn't it? The Cash Landrum incident where they were burnt, and
by the UFO radiation.
They tried to make a claim against the military, which fell on its face. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
John Keel passed away in 2009, but when I asked you to stop it there, I had something to say, and it wasn't that. Point Pleasant, it wasn't it, with the Mothman. What did I see there? That oh, never mind. Keep it going.
Strange array of orange and yellow lights.
Right, these lights are in the woods, and it kind of sounds like the Bentwaters incident, doesn't it? Rendlesham Forest, just a little bit.
Well, the orange lights sounds very much like Shelley's balls in the sky. Mm-hmm. I'm starting to hear a lot more about orange UFOs now. In the last few months, kind of strange on TV shows and things. What else was there? Beach. Well, we had a look at the location, right? Certainly got beach all around it. So it's not that big of an area, really.
It was quite a holiday resort, I believe.
Before the landing of the UFO, a park police patrol car had witnessed the struggling youths attempting to free their vehicle. Although Gerald was already on his way to obtain assistance, the two park policemen offered to drive by the location again once they had conducted their rounds of the park. If they were still there and their friend, Gerald, had not yet returned, they would assist them. The two officers in question, Ralph Clark and Robert Loeb, arrived just after the strange craft settled on the ground behind the trees. And at the very moment the light went dead. As soon as they made their presence known to the trapped picnickers did they blurt out the details of the incident to them. Douglas would offer to take the officers to the area where the strange craft had come down to the ground. The officers allowed him to lead them while the two young women would remain in the car. Betty would position herself behind the steering wheel. She kept her focus on Douglas and the two officers, only losing sight of them when they entered the woods. However, within several seconds of their disappearing, a strange creature emerged from the woodlands into the clearing in front of them. At first, The already nervous young woman believed it to be an animal who called the woodlands home. However, as it stood upright, she could see it was clearly over 6 feet tall and was humanoid, although similar to a strong gorilla in outline and shape. Whatever it was heading in their direction. It would at first appear to circle the vehicle. Then, it came closer. Much closer. A clumsy retreat and takeoff. As this strange creature ran what appeared to be claws over the vehicle, Betty pressed repeatedly on the car horn. Although she was attempting to get the officers and Dilgus' attention, the rapid, loud noise appeared to scare the strange creature. It would clumsily retreat back into the trees. Several moments later the craft rose into the air from behind the trees. It would then shoot into the night sky at unbelievable speed. A minute or so later, Douglas with both of the park police.
We got a Bigfoot for this
So
one.
they didn't actually...
What if it looked like that creature there?
Paul, what the hell was that?
Yeah, I have to make one that's got no sound. Well, this is the case for the Bigfoot. There you go, it got beamed up.
It certainly is. What were they, subs or something?
No, that was just me mucking around. I forgot it had sound on that one.
Good God.
I'll make one without sound as well. You know, when we do Bigfoot, we want a Bigfoot run on the screen. But anyway, carry on.
Oh, see, I've lost my thread again now. No. Okay, so right, they didn't see that thing come out or actually go back into the craft, did they? But it went back in the direction of the craft. Now, did it leave marks on the car? I believe it did. Could they have been hoaxed? Probably. Was the DNA taken? I don't know. Let's carry on.
Yeah, well, often we hear them also driving the UFOs. They see them through the portal at the cockpit. There's other stories as well.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually heard of any of them being beamed up like Travis Walton. That even though I've got the emanation of one being captured. So it kind of makes me a bit suspect about Travis Walton because his is very, I don't know, it seems very engineered.
Yeah, there's a few suspect things about the Travis Walton case.
Because the beaming up on the UFO thing comes from some earlier reports, didn't it?
Yeah. Which
means that they sort of based their story on earlier reports. So that's my gut feeling anyway. Instead of just saying the UFO was landed.
Yeah. The only thing I will say in defense of that case, and you know, Paul, I'm very skeptical about it. The only thing I'll say in defense is that it's a lot of people there to be holding the story together over such a long period of time. Now, most of those people passed the lie detector test without any issues at all. I think it was Travis who's had more difficulty with the lie detector test than anyone else, wasn't it?
Well, the reason they may have done it as a prank.
Could have been hoodwinked. They could have been actually believing in what they...
No. It was two people involved in the prank or hoax.
Yeah,
it
that's what I'm
saying. It may have been a prank that got out of hand, right?
Yeah.
Is more the case in this run with it, you know, because...
but we also know that Philip Clark offered one of them $10,000, didn't they, to come clean and say it was a hoax, and he wasn't having any of it.
Yeah, but you got to remember, it was only Travis and Roger, the driver, that were in on the possible prank or fake situation stage thing, and the others were innocent bystanders. So of course they're going to pass the lie detector tests. And apparently one did say
that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, one in the car said to him it didn't look like a UFO. He said it looked like a stair stand with spotlights on it. So those kind of things you don't get to hear, you know, all the other things that they sort of just omitted out of the case, you know, early statements. But Travis Walton actually only done the lie detector test after the the cop one, even the cop one, didn't he have a chance to say which questions they could ask them? Wasn't there something involved in
Well,
that?
I think with a lie detector test, you're only supposed to ask the maximum of around about 5 questions. Otherwise you're going to be kind of under duress. And well, if you're under duress, then there's every chance that your heart is going to start
Well,
running a
from what
little
I've
quicker.
read anyway, Travis Fulton, which is suppressed, had failed 3 lie detector tests, and some of the later ones, he actually gave a list of questions they could only ask. Questions that he knew he could probably pass on a lie detector test. There's stuff like that sort of makes me very suspicious. You hear all these other things that you don't normally hear in the main cases. But anyway, we're talking about this case here anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll just carry on.
Sure.
One day we'll probably go over the Travis Walton one. It's a lot of different things that went on that particular day that sort of made it a bit more suspicious to me anyway. But if you tell a lie for 20 years, you'd probably believe it by 20 years, wouldn't you? If you went to all the conventions and repeated the same thing over and over again, to you it'd be like going to the toilet, right? It's just normal. So
Sure.
yeah, people would believe you. You just talk to the face, just repeat the story, and just collect in the money. You keep the money coming in. Because I don't
this
think you.
is another thing. I mean, there's absolutely no question about this. Travis has profited an enormous amount
Yeah,
from this incident.
You can go to his
Second
website.
film coming up now, so the money's still coming in.
Yeah. If you look at his website, he's got like 24, 28 events every year he goes to. So yeah, he's plugging his book, movies, and all that sort of stuff. Oh, we'll just carry on anyway. Before we do it, just check the side quickly. And a show on Bolton case. It's actually quite a massive case. I've got lots of links with things that's said and all that sort of stuff, and it takes a lot of work to put it all together. And
that will take up a whole 4 hours, no doubt.
I'm not too sure, but yeah, there's a lot of bits and pieces what went on there. A lot of cover-up bits as well, where he failed the lie detector test. And yeah, but everybody that I pretty much know in the UFO field think it's the most solid UFO case ever, but to me it's not. When you start looking at all the other little bits that you collect from other people that was said. And apparently Travis Walton used to go on the blogs and forums and be quite nasty to people as well.
Oh, hell yeah. There was a couple of people that approached him in conferences and shed some doubt on his story, and he got very defensive very quickly.
I'm not sure if that's a proof of guilt or innocence there, though.
Don't exactly. It could go both ways.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll just carry on.
A minute or so later, Douglas with both of the park police officers emerged from the trees and ran towards the car. All could clearly see the panic on the young women's faces. In fact, it would take each of them several moments to contemplate the moment and settle back down. Although Betty would relay what happened, Anita remained in such shock she refused to speak about it. She would also refuse involvement in any further investigation into the incident over the years that would follow. By the time the witnesses arrived at the park ranger offices, several more armed officers had arrived at the scene. In small teams, they would enter the woods to search the area. Douglas' car remained where it was for the rest of the evening. Authorities would prevent him from retrieving it until the following morning. Interestingly, the park officers noticed distinct claw marks on the vehicle. All 4 witnesses would insist no such damage was on the car when they had set out for the park that morning. Shortly after 7 a.m. the following day, on the 1st of August, the case had not only aroused the interest of the state police, but also the United States Air Force, both of which would have representatives in the area. An official search of the area. An extensive and thorough search of the area once daylight claimed ownership of the surroundings would reveal some interesting details. As the witnesses had claimed, around 400 yards in front of the Steadfast vehicle were strange impressions in the sand. About 10 feet apart from each other were two diamond-shaped imprints. In another nearby location lay a similar set of imprints, this time in a triangular position. Leading from the side was a set of conical tracks, which didn't appear to be footprints, but which did lead straight to the car. After taking official statements from the witnesses, Betty would
Conical footprints. So what's that mean by that?
Okay, so, not just that. There's impressions in the sand where apparently this thing's landed. So you've got trace evidence as well. Two types. You've got the scratches on the car, and I just wonder what kind of with the prints where the craft was supposed to be. How much weight was required? What I'm asking is, could this have been hoaxed? It sounds like it could have. But if it was thousands of pounds of the pressure in the sand, then that would have been extremely difficult to hoax. So I'm not really sure. Let's see where the story leads anyway.
Of course, we always hear about UFOs not having to have landing gear. They just hover near the ground.
You'd have thought so. You'd have thought so, but there's been many cases where there have been indentations, like Bentwaters, for example. There's many more. There's a lot of cases in France and Italy where there's been landing gear involved.
Yeah, we've sort of debated this, why a UFO would need landing gear if it's got anti-gravity.
Yeah.
But the thing is, obviously, sometimes things go wrong and they have to put down the landing gear.
It could be a backup system.
Yeah. But like you said, how deep the impressions are, maybe the object's not that terribly heavy. That might be part of the metamaterials, you see. So it's a bit hard to say. But yeah, without a witness drawing and photographs, which photographs are vital, really, to look at how it looked on the scene, how deep they were, and where the tracks were coming in and out.
Yeah, I think there was some analysis done, but then we'll have to draw it on.
Yeah, of course. Then you got the Presque case, where they just hovered. The creatures just hovered in these suits. So it's amazing how different the UFO cases are when you start looking into it. If everybody was copying each other, being influenced by movies, you'd expect all the creatures to be the same, right? Alien greys with black eyes and grey suits, but in this case, a lot of these reports. What year was this one? 75, was it?
66.
66.
Year of my birth.
Be interesting to do a list of all the different creatures and whether they hovered, walked, and have a big a diagram when you could see if there's groups where all the aliens were the same. I'm not sure if anyone's done a study like that to see if it's been influenced by TV shows or movies or things.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's called data, but when you talk about influence from TV shows, I mean, Close Encounters. When was that? Is it 77? Anyway, 78. 77. I thought it was, but yeah. UFO investigators were thinking, oh no, this film's out. We're going to be inundated with news reports, and half of them are going to be bogus. People are going to be seeing things of the stars and planet Venus, and anything that moves in the sky is going to be a UFO, and we're going to be overwhelmed. Well, exactly the opposite happened in effect. Sightings actually went down. Now, that's interesting, isn't it? So it just shows you the public isn't so easily fooled.
Well, I'd have to see a data chart of that. I'm not too sure that's true. But
it's history. It's a fact.
You got any proof of it?
I've got at my fingertips, Paul. Of course I haven't. That just came up randomly, hasn't it?
All right. So, what else do we need to say? Diamond shape imprints.
Yeah.
What do they mean by diamond shape? But like a squashed square, what do you call it, trapezoid. And what's this one here? Conical. Cone shape.
You know what a
is that
cone
this?
looks like, don't you?
Conical tracks.
Yeah.
A cone-shaped tracks. Is that what it means?
Yeah.
What if we put that word in search engine? Actually, something's going
Put it
crazy
into
here.
Google Images.
Conical. Well, people out there may not know what conical is as well, so won't hurt. Well, it's brought up
There you go.
cones, but which one is it?
Conical.
There we
Conical.
go. Spiral.
It's only one cone.
Conical spiral. Yeah, there's a cone. But which way is the imprints going though? Which direction? Was it like a pointy bit going out from the UFO or going in? So that's the sort of stuff I like to see.
Yeah,
So you
it's
want
not stated, isn't it?
No. Carry on.
After taking official statements from the witnesses, Betty would undergo an evaluation from a psychiatrist who would state her testimony appeared to be credible. She certainly didn't appear to be of unsound mind. UFO researchers and investigators would swarm to the area over the coming weeks. While Betty and Doug would happily and patiently answer their questions, the other witnesses wished to remain out of any further interviews or statements. Despite the hopes of such enthusiasts, a similar sighting didn't occur. The case, however, remains in the conscience of the local area, as well as firmly on the radar of UFO researcher far and wide. The revelations of the other witnesses. While many contemporary reports mention the witnesses at the scene itself, there were also several other witnesses from the nearby area that witnessed the UFO in the skies overhead. In fact, the Air Times News mentions that 8 others see UFO in its headline and goes on to give details of these. For example, Steve Loop would claim to be with 3 other friends on another nearby beach area of the park. They would all witness a strange object hovering overhead at around 8:30 p.m. Another local resident, Stephanie Mango, would see the strange object, also claiming it flew silently just above the trees. It would suddenly change course and then disappear from sight. 2 French exchange students, Helena Roach and Elaine Orsel, were driving along the highway around a mile away from the incident when they witnessed a lighted silvery object. It moved silently and at a low altitude. Perhaps one of the most intriguing of these other sightings would come from 3 young girls, Sue Carey, Linda Henderson, and Janice Dickey. They were enjoying a sleepover in Sue family's backyard. At around 11 p.m., all 3 would notice a silvery object pass overhead. Sue would later state the object made a whistling sound. What's more, it scared them so much that they ran into the family's station wagon, locking the doors behind them. They remained in the car until the object, which would fade in and out of sight, disappeared. You can view a news report on the incident below. It features a report from Brian Sheridan, a respected national and one-time local journalist. Hoax claim.
So you wanted me to stop there, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, please. What was Charles saying there?
Are we allowed to play it?
Okay. What is the connection? Okay. Can someone please tell me why Bigfoots are always involved with UFOs? Do you think they are use them slaves? Do they use Bigfoot as slaves? No, I don't think so. I don't know. That's the bottom line. But I tell you one thing now, there's something odd going on because I don't know if you've been keeping up with the sightings over the last few years, the Bigfoot sightings over the last few years. It's amazing how many people have actually seen these Bigfoot clear as day, and suddenly there's a flash of light and boom, they're gone.
Yeah.
That's it. You know what I mean?
Well,
that
you get
doesn't sound like a giant, does it?
You always get the 3 orbs or 2 orbs. I think it's normally 3 orbs floating around the top of the trees. And then Bigfoot suddenly appears or disappears.
Yeah, but that sometimes happens as well. But a lot of these sightings are, I don't know. I just don't know what to make of it, to be honest. But
Well,
there's something else going on rather than it just being some
check out the show called
Expedition.
Yeah, check out the show Expedition Bigfoot. It's got all that in there. It's got paranormal, it's got the orbs, and the Bigfoot's appearing and disappearing, which is really strange. They pick it up on thermal, don't they? Some strange thermal thing. They go there, and suddenly the thermal dissipates, it disappears. So yeah, it's quite an interesting show, that one. But they needed to make more episodes of it, right?
Do you know what? I'm not too interested in the shows. You know, I tend to stick with the hardcore Bigfoot researchers and what they have to say about the reports.
Well, they were hardcore Bigfoot researchers
rather than TV shows. To be honest, I don't trust TV shows for 1 second.
Yeah. Well, they seem to be respectable people on there, and it wasn't just like a normal TV show.
Yeah. TV show. Period. Yeah. End of.
I think people are realizing that they want more than just stories. They want proper investigations on screen.
Yeah, but what if your investigation leads to something? You're going to run 10 episodes of a TV show that shows absolutely jack shit. No, you're going to make something up, aren't you? Yes.
Not necessarily. I think people watch it regardless if anything happens because they want to believe.
You've only got so many hours of filming to do. So if you do 1,000 hours of filming for 10 episodes and you don't see anything, what are you going to do?
I'm pretty sure people. I don't know. I reckon some people will keep on watching. It's like when you watch Ghost Hunters and stuff. If nothing happens on a particular episode, then nothing happens. So you just think, oh well, next location.
Oh yeah, but next episode something will happen because you can't do 2 in a row when nothing happens because people will not tune in again. Then will they? Come on, they've got to find something. It's a TV show.
I don't know. I don't think. I think there's enough that actually really happens that they don't need to fake anything. That's my opinion.
And I think you watch far too many of these shows.
Not as much as Susan. Susan's the big watcher.
Okay. Shame on you, Suzanne. Shame on you.
Yeah, she's got more time to watch them. Although, since she started watching us, I think her time has got less because he's helping out.
Yeah, that it has, yeah. No, but we are so grateful for the time as well.
So, do we play a bit of this? What's that from? Looks like an old video.
No, you don't need to play that one. But of course, with the witness who came forward, and he said he had the answers to this case, all of them, and it was all down to him. And it was several years after the case. But if you scroll down again, we'll actually get to that video. And I was going to ask you to play a bit of that, but we need to. Here we go. Hoax claims. There we go. It's all explained now. Or is it?
Susan's just answered because they're a wee bit behind us on the side chat. About 30 seconds, I think it is.
Okay.
So you want us to keep on playing? Okay.
Hoax claims. A sufficient explanation? Or a case still unsolved? Following the report by Sheridan, a person would discreetly contact him claiming the entire incident to be a hoax. This person would prove to be local resident and truck driver, Kim Faulkner. He would claim that he had bought a 9-foot-high hot air balloon from the Boy's Life magazine, and he could show the publication and relevant advert. The balloon in question is still available for purchase. Furthermore, Sheridan would state that his brother confirmed the story and that Faulkner, to him, appeared genuine. He would claim he didn't wish to appear on camera at first and simply wished to provide the relevant information. While it doesn't fully solve and close the case, Sheridan appeared at least partially convinced. He would state, "It made the most sense of anyone we talked with at the time." You can view the video below. While many, even some in the UFO community, accept this apparent wrapping up of the events in Presque Park that summer's evening in 1966, some simply don't. It might well be the case a child's balloon set out that evening. But according to the research of some, its presence is mere coincidence. If indeed it is true. What's more, it fails to address some of the finer details of the incident. Not least the strange creature in the claw marks. For example,
stop there,
the paths of the balloon and the...
Yeah, of course, you got to always remember. You got to always remember that it could be multiple events that happen. Also, there might be people trying to cover up something that actually happened too by creating a fake situation. So you always got to keep that in the mind. Yeah, carry on. What do you want to say?
Yeah, you need to play a little bit of that YouTube video there, the witness that came forward, if that's okay with you.
This one here.
No, the one of the witness. Paul.
One of the witness.
Yeah.
Oh, that one there. Okay. Do we need do anything crazy with it? Can we open it up here? Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's the one. Anyway. Yeah.
I'll just open up. And,
it's only short.
Oh, it's only 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Who does it though? No, it doesn't look like a TV channel, so we're probably alright.
Yeah.
That's fair use, isn't it? Okay, it looks like an old 4-3 TV news thing anyway. Is it loud enough?
Contrary to what the police chief said in 1966, the UFO landing between Beach 6 and 7 a hoax, and it all started with a copy of Boy's Life.
Hang on, can we have that famous music in the background? That could be a problem.
Well, I don't know. It's a news report, isn't it? So
yeah, but they're playing the music in the background. You know how Google is.
Okay.
Let's just play around with the pitch a wee bit, just to be on the safe side.
Okay.
Probably already too late though. But anyway, you didn't tell me it had the famous X-Files music in there.
Life magazine in the hands of Kim Falconer.
Okay, that might sound alright.
UFO landing between Beach 6 and 7 appears to be a hoax, and it all started with a copy of Boy's Life magazine in the hands of Kim Falconer.
In the back of Boy's Life magazine, they had a little article that you could buy these hot air balloons. So I purchased them, and when they came, they were first grade tissue paper, and you had to put them together with glue.
We found a copy of the ad from the 1966's Boy's Life magazine. You could buy 2 9-foot-tall hot air balloons for $3.50. Faulkner, then 11 years old, says he modified the plans and climbed up to the roof of his house to launch his contraption.
They had a red and white stripe, a long stripe, you know, and that had been on the top and one on the bottom with cleaner bags in the center, and it was heated by 3 pie tins. 3 storage pie tins. And that's what kept it heated, and that's why it went the distance it did.
He says the wind carried the balloon in a northwesterly direction from his home at West 22nd Street in Burst. This map shows the path the balloon would have taken to make it to Presque. Faulkner tried chasing it on his bike.
About 15th and Pittsburgh Avenue, I gave up. Wheeled on back, tried to get my dad to take me to go see where it went. And he said, nope. He says, that went up way too high. He said, don't tell nobody. We're too close to the airport, and it probably interfere with the traffic.
Little did Faulkner know that 2 teenagers, Betty Jean Clem and Doug Tibbetts, would be sitting in a car on Beach 6 when the balloon came down, or that it would result in panic, days of headlines and investigations by local police and the U.S. Air Force.
I believe it landed, or close to it. It reheated itself. Then it regained its height. It only went out so far, and then it descended into the water. And that's why there was no trace. It was first grade tissue paper, and all they would find is maybe a few pie plates.
All of the havoc caused by the sighting made Faulconer promise his dad he'd never say anything about it. But after seeing our eerie flashback, he decided to end over 35 years of silence and speculation.
Since then, my dad has passed on, and I'm sure being up there, he's getting quite a chuckle out of this.
Though he takes credit for the UFO, Faulkner denies having anything to do with the so-called alien described by Betty Jean or the tracks found in the sand. At least it leaves some mystery in what has apparently been one of Erie's greatest hoaxes.
You think they better find a picture of the balloon that he's talking about?
But I
So
don't
again, it
know.
sounds like two events that happened at the same time. It doesn't sound like
I'm not sure, but this guy's come out a long time after the incident, saying he launched it that night. Were they looking for something maybe to, I don't know, put it to bed? And it doesn't explain half of the sighting, really, does it? It's a quite a lame. I don't like it. I don't think it explains the. I think it's more likely to be a complete hoax than anybody with a messing about with a balloon from Boyzone or whatever it was.
You skeptic, you. Okay.
No, I'm not saying it was a hoax either, because it's an unusual thing to make up a Bigfoot UFO sighting, isn't it? Who would make that up? I don't really know.
So where did we get to on this one? Do we carry on? So we got down to there somewhere.
Yeah, I think you won paragraph past there, I think you.
We'll just click the play button.
For example, the paths of the balloon and the sightings of the witnesses didn't appear to match entirely. Furthermore, the wind direction of the night in question, at least according to local archive newspaper reports, appeared to suggest a balloon, let off from where Faulkner claimed, would have been taken away from the incident. The incident would appear to remain unsolved. The video below, while slightly poor quality, features a reconstruction of the events. Disclaimer. The stories, accounts, and
yeah, that's the end of that. So I don't know. I'm not convinced of the balloon theory either. They
said it was red with a white stripe. That would stand out, wouldn't it?
Surely, yeah.
Is that what he said in the interview? On the information. Red and top and bottom, and a white stripe in the middle, was it? Or have I got it around the wrong way? But anyway,
yeah, 9 foot high. But how could it land? How could the balloon land and take off again?
Well, it's possible. I guess a gust of wind, but maybe something broke off it and it went up again. I don't know. Depends what they had tied to the bottom of it, I guess.
Sure, pushing it though, isn't it?
So, was there any more to go on for this one? Any
I mean, there was an police officer that investigated it, and
right.
Yeah, but it's a YouTube video, and it's
dodgy.
It's exactly, and it's John Ventre's from MUFON, the controversial John Ventre.
Was
so he, I don't know if you can play that.
You better tell people what he is and why he is controversial.
Oh, sure. He was a director. He was he was on the board. He was one of MUFON's paid members, and he's paid quite well and all. I think it's like whoa, they're on good money, on $100,000 a year really for investigating UFOs. But John Ventre, he made some pretty bold racist remarks, and there was big pressure then to sack him. And
you got the right person.
Yeah. But he was still actually working. But I'm not sure if he's there now or not. I really don't know. But he.
I thought you were talking about John what's he, Valkyrie, or what's
John
his name
Ventre.
is?
John Ventre, yeah, same guy.
Oh, you're talking about that guy. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to play it or not. It's from 25 minutes. If you do.
What show is it from? Do you know? Or is it from MUFON?
Yeah. No, it's not MUFON. Yeah, I'll send you the link. You can have a look at the link and decide if you want to play it from.
Well, I did ask you to send the link prior to starting the show so I could check it out. But anyway,
yeah. Just a quick look at it, and it's up to you. It's okay. We don't really need it. I can repeat what the guy was saying, you know.
Let's just have a quick look then. Copy link.
Okay.
So we're always worried about stupid copyright. What would you class this as? Educational presentation? It should really come under all that, really, like a news report, really, where you're putting it all together and a collage. We're back to that business again. Keeps wanting to put studio in front. I think that's a bug because I don't think anyone's reported it. Because no one does what we do. We cut and paste it. So where's it from? Oh, it's from his own
25
website.
minutes.
It's his own website. I didn't know he had his own website.
Yeah, nor did I until recently, and it's still going now.
Oh well, since you've plugged in, they got that life-size alien doll they take around all the MUFON conferences.
Yeah, there's John Bentry on the left there, and this is the police officer.
I guess we're
case because he was familiar with all the local police officers that investigated the case. I thought his insight would be more useful than most, you know.
Let me just get it set up here. We'll make sure that we got the checker thing, which sort of degrades it a wee bit. Maybe I got it too faint. I don't know. Was it 30 or 20 I usually use on that? I don't know. So let's kick it off, and we might just muck around with the pitch. So just looks like that thing's in the way.
Okay, it's 25 minutes. You need it to pop.
We'll just get it keyed in here.
Okay.
And turn that on. Just turn it down a wee bit. And out there, I guess. Closed captions. And you want 25 minutes. Okay. Exactly or roughly?
Brooks.
About there. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's our show, and I hope more police officers come forward. Thanks,
I think they will.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So which one's John on the left, is it?
Well, on the left, yeah.
UFOs over
I was trying to get the volume. Where is that?
The famous Presque Island case that took place in 1966. Now, when I published my UFOs over Pennsylvania book, you and Reverend Swope from Erie each wrote a chapter. It's all part of that chapter of UFOs over Presque Island. And you both wrote a chapter. But this was a case that, next year in 26,
Doesn't sound very good.
will be the 50th.
They never done that for me, Paul.
Of this case, just like
something's going wrong.
This year is the 50th anniversary of Kecksburg, December of '65.
It's come right now.
Took place in the summer of '66.
July 31st.
In July 31st. So we got this. What I think is an important case, and it kind of falls more into your area with Bigfoot as a possible explanation also with this. So what happens with this case over Presque Island? You have, it's the evening, July 31st, and the witnesses are actually from New York.
Right.
They're from
Jamestown,
New York. There's 4 adults in their car. They came from Jamestown.
That's all right again.
They're at beach number 6 at Presque Island.
4 adults and 2 children.
Yeah, 4
so
adults.
this is talking about the island.
And I just want to mention the ages.
On the witnesses.
You have an 18-year-old, a 16-year-old, a 26-year-old, and a 20-year-old. And then there were 2 children that are 6 months and 2 years old.
Right.
So there's 6 people, there's 4 adults. They're all young adults from 16 to 26. So their car gets stuck in the sand. They're on the beach. They can't get the car going. They try to push it, etc. And they can't get it going. So a patrolman comes by, right?
Two of them.
Two patrolmen. It was
Let us
Ralph
know if
Clark
the sound's
and Robert
crackling
Loeb.
there, guys.
Right.
And they kind of help them, and they say, well, look, if you can't get it going, you know, we'll come back in an hour or so and help you out, you know.
Well, LaBelle went out to look for help. He left.
Well, yeah, they left at that point, yeah, to go get the
Well,
tow
LaBelle
truck.
left before the police even got there.
Oh, okay, so yeah, the one of the four
Right,
adults
he had
went
gone,
to get, he went to get the tow truck.
Right, he had
Okay.
left before.
Okay, and then the cops basically said that they would circle back later if the tow truck doesn't show up.
Right.
And give them a hand. So so now the people in the car though say that they kind of see a star that's moving and getting brighter.
Right.
It would move fast, and then it would kind of dim out, and then it came straight down, and the car starts to vibrate.
Right.
And then wasn't there something with a light that was shining?
There's different parts of this now. In the beginning, what's the guy's name? Tippett?
A balloon wouldn't vibrate a car,
He
though.
said that there was actually 9 lights on it.
No, of course
and
it
they were
wouldn't.
circling the area. And then he said there was 1 light. I mean, he changed his story a couple of times on that.
Okay,
The light.
but basically it kind of went down behind the woods, but they said that there was at least one strong beam of light
Right.
that you could see through the woods.
Right.
And you can see it there.
There was actually bushes 12 feet high in front of the car from where they landed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they could see the light through that. It kind of was shining a beam of light.
Right.
And so then later the patrol car comes back, the 2 officers, Clark and Loeb, they return. And just as they're coming back, that light turns off.
Right.
So right away, you got to say somebody intelligent turned this light off, or
Right.
something intelligent turned the light off.
That
So,
was at 10:15 p.m.
Okay, so at that point, what did they do? They told the police, and they
Well, the
went to look for it, or
Well, the police had actually been driving by, and the guy in the car hit the brake light, so that the police would see the brake light.
okay.
And then that's how they came there. And when they came there, that's when the light went out. Okay. He told the police that there was something strange going on, and they started to take a walk down there.
So Tibbetts and the cops went to
Right,
where the light was
right.
to check out
About
what that
150
was.
yards, they said it was.
Okay.
They got about 100 yards down, and that's when they started tooting the horn. They heard the horn blowing and that there was something else going on. They ran back to the car, and that's when the alleged creature was there.
Okay.
So they never actually seen the UFO. And secondly, I mean, 150 feet, the thing didn't take off. So, you know, again, when you're dealing with UFOs, they can just vanish.
But what happened was there was the 2 women and the 2 kids still in the car.
Right,
Because the men had left with the
Right,
police.
right.
And so what they see at this point, and that's why they were blowing the car horn, is something came out of the woods.
Right.
Right. So what was that? What came out of the woods at that point? It was something. They said it was an immense animal or creature, something that was black, featureless humanoid creature,
Right.
over 6 foot tall.
Right. It was shaped like this.
Yeah, and hairy though, like
Right.
like a
Like
gorilla.
it was a Bigfoot, yeah.
Yeah, a Bigfoot, or what they said at the time was they kind of reminded them of a gorilla. What did it do to the car? What happened
Put
that
scratch
frightened them?
marks on the car. It was shaking the car, put scratch marks on the car, and they said it sounded like it was on top of the car.
Yeah.
And then it took off.
Can you imagine being these 2 women with these 2 small kids, and there's some
Well,
7 foot thing scratching up your
the
car and
one,
shaking it?
The girl, Anita Hathaway, whatever, she didn't see it.
Okay.
Because she was sitting in the back seat. And she, you know, the other girl was the one screaming and yelling and carrying on.
Okay, so when they started honking the horn, then the creature kind of moved back into the brush.
Right.
And at that point, they said that it disappeared, and the
Right.
UFO took off, and the UFO disappeared,
Right.
and it took off at an incredible speed. So maybe it was the one woman who saw that,
Right.
the other in the back seat didn't. But then the officers come running back because they've been honking the
Right.
horn.
Right. Well, at that time, the police said, let's get the hell out of here. We'll go down to the station. Because when you're talking about animals being there and this and that, police said we could do better back there. So they went down and they started discussing it down there.
Yeah. The one police officer, when he was running on the beach, he actually dropped his gun.
Right.
And he didn't even stop to pick it up because they were honking the horn so frantically. he didn't stop to pick his gun up and his service revolver, and he kept running back to the car. Now, what happened though is that now by 7 a.m., you know, the state police and the Air Force was there.
Well, but before you get to that, John, okay, study of police records for the day revealed that many other people, including a physician and other people, seen an object and strange lights in the sky where they're saying.
Yeah, there was a lot of other
right.
witnesses beside that they found out about. So when now you got Project Blue Book there, which was the Air Force, and you have the state police there, they found some impressions in the sand.
Blue Book didn't get there till the 3rd.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, the next day they called the PA. Well, what happened the next day, Patrolman Wilson and Canfield went into the area to check out everything, and they found 2 triangular shaped impressions about 8 inches deep.
Okay.
And they found what appeared to be, they called it claw marks, which were also 5 to 6 feet apart. It was like a creature walking, and they took cast up.
What's the normal gait of a person walking? So if you were walking, how far apart is a person's feet? 3-4 feet, maybe?
3-4 feet, yeah.
So the gait was like 5-6 feet.
5 or 6 feet, right.
So you're talking about something that takes some long strides.
Right.
It would have to be taller, 6-7 feet, with some real long strides, and that
and heavy
straight from the car to the woods.
To the water. In the water into the, in the woods to the water.
Yeah. So it was basically what they had said.
Right.
They saw this creature and it went off into the brush. That's where they found these footprints spaced apart, bigger spacing than say a human would have.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so when they got there, they also find an unidentified clear liquid substance near the indentation. They collected that.
So where the footprints were, there was some sort of a gooey type liquid. Now we got pictures of that also.
Right.
If you take a look at this, this is an actual picture from 1966. It was a Polaroid, and it says that there's a sticky, non-evaporating droppings found in the tripod area. And you can see it. That was some sort of stuff that was where the footprints were.
When I read you what the Project Blue Book said, you'll really like what I got to say with that.
Okay.
It's interesting.
All right. So with
Yeah,
those
do you want to
footprints,
stop
there
there,
was some
Paul?
goo
Just for a second,
in those
just some
footprints.
analysis.
So what happened after that?
I will try.
Okay, so they took the impression.
Let's pause it. There you go.
Always takes a wee bit of time.
So okay, I understand. Yeah, so we've found out some more stuff here now. There was, because obviously 2 witnesses seen these lights. One of them was a physician, did he say, or a physicist? I can't remember now. Anyway, someone fairly high standing in the community.
I'm not rolling it back.
Yeah, okay. This goo. In the indentations, what the hell could that be? Could that have been hoaxed, maybe? It's all sounding a little bit surreal now, isn't it? So I don't know, the case just seems to get a little bit better as it goes on, but it was well worth playing this little bit because there's more detail here.
The were 7 inches
8
deep,
inches
did they
deep.
say?
Yeah, 8 inches deep. Yeah, that's quite a deal of weight, isn't it? Still possible,
Yeah. So I don't know about the balloon hoax. Certainly wouldn't vibrate the car anyway, and
no.
A balloon
I
would
don't
leave
buy
impressions.
the balloon explanation.
No. It's like the flares drop for Phoenix lights, right? It's always the debate. Some still deny that it was flares, but obviously it is flares because when you do the analysis and all that. But there's also 2 parts
Phoenix
to that,
Yeah, there's much 2 parts to that story, yeah.
There's the real part and there's the fake part. The cover-up, what I call the cover-up part. But anyway, I didn't believe the flares drop until they got the right angle of where they were dropping the flares behind the mountain range, and of course they went out.
Well, the sighting started around about 10:08 p.m., didn't they? And the flares weren't dropped until 10 p.m.
Yeah, well, when they drop the flares, normally you expect the first one to go out, but in this case, it was behind a mountain range, and the last one dropped was the first one to go out, and the lights and sequence of lights. But anyway, carry on with this one.
Yeah, it was Camelback now. Yeah, carry on with that, Paul, while I pop to the bathroom, please.
Yeah. I haven't done my emanation for Rob doing a pee. Anyway, I'll just carry on.
Okay.
And all of that. And then one of the guys that took the pictures and the impressions, he became sick at 8:30 that night. I mean, I don't really know what that has to do with that, but he had
may have been from these liquids. He might have touched it and stuff. He got very sick. One of the police officers.
Bio-liquid.
8.6 was his temperature.
Yeah, that was a police officer.
Right, and his wife was a nurse. So another interesting thing with that is there was a large, freshly gouged area of wood and bark, exact dimensions not recorded, was noted in the willow tree close to the picnic area. The bark was not found on the ground at the time, so whatever it was took the bark out, okay?
So it just kind of clawed it.
Right. The gouged area was seen by LaBelle and Patrolman Gannon. They did another study on the area on July 6th of 1968, and it revealed that the tree had been cut down and removed.
Yeah, so 2 years after this happened, they went
He's
back
got the
and
cough like I've got.
They removed the tree prior to that. They went back and looked at it 2 years later.
Okay.
And the tree was removed and the other trees were still there.
Yeah,
all
so
the other
only
trees.
that one.
Right.
And again, that reminds me of the Bucks County case that I was talking about with the police officer and the woman that saw these probes.
I got that niggle in the throat too.
It was about 2-3 years later.
I'm holding it back.
The landlord, he cut the tree down.
Right.
He said he had to prune it because it was too close to the house, but he basically cut a 25-foot tree down to 3 feet, and he got rid of the evidence at that point.
And also, considering the Bigfoot creature, 3 days later in the area, a woman observed an unusual creature in the streets of Erie. Another woman in the area saw a similar creature that same week. She reports that she was driving down 3rd Street late at night when she seen the creature and stopped her car. She reports that the creature came up to her car and pounded on the hood and then moved into the darkness. Okay.
Now,
I think New Zealand's all right with the V.
Had seen all of this,
the virus.
Mrs. Clem.
Right.
They had her interviewed by a psychiatrist.
Right.
And he said her testimony was true.
Right.
She was not making this
Right.
up.
Right.
And when Blue Book showed up, the Air Force, they assigned case number 10798. So if anyone wants to Google, look up Blue Book case 10798.
Right.
You will get this Presque Island case. Let me tell you something that happened years later, because we talk about how there's always somebody comes forward to take credit, right?
Right.
So what happened years later was up in Erie, Action News 24 was doing this Erie flashback series talking about older cases, and when they brought this case up, these people come forward and say it was a hoax. There was a local truck driver, Mr. Kim Faulkner, who had created a paper mache hot air balloon that was seen, and that his brother also confirmed that they did this, and they were afraid to come forward at the time, so they had kept quiet. But see what happens though, that's what the people remember because it was on the news. But then the further
doing the side chat
after they said that
was
looking into it, you find that we go back and look at the weather, the wind
Right.
patterns.
I have the weather right here.
So the wind and the weather patterns would have blown this balloon completely away from Beach 6.
Right.
It's not even possible because it would have gone in the opposite. Balloons can't go against the wind.
Right. They go the other way.
They would go with the wind, and it would have been miles away. So the wind, and it doesn't match the whole thing with the searchlight.
He's doing the side chat.
You can't have this heavy searchlight and then just.
Well, I think too, you could get a couple minutes of fame for that.
Yeah.
And I think that's with a lot of the people. It's a couple minutes of fame. I mean, where did the Bigfoot come from? Where, the thing set down. I mean, there was 12 prints in it, like your prints right here. I mean, 12 inches down in the ground. How could a paper balloon do that?
Yeah.
I mean, but again, I mean, like I say, they got their 12 minutes or whatever, and that was it. I mean, they was on TV and all that.
Well, one of the other things too is they found fur, right?
Right.
And there's a picture. We have a picture of that shows the police. I don't know if that's a parkie or a police officer standing there. He's got a patch on his shoulder, but it says the tree trunk, which was later found. They found hair pieces on it. This is August 8th of 1966. that up on the tree trunk, there's arrows here. Well, you
Right.
can see where the bark is gone, like you had mentioned,
Right.
and there's this hair.
That's why they took the
there.
tree. That's why they took the tree, so nobody could come back and do
Yeah.
it. They probably removed the tree 2 or 3 days after the incident.
Yeah. Now there was, like you said, there was 8 other witnesses, at least 8 that had
Right.
seen it. One of the other witnesses was the son of the police chief, right there.
Right.
And what he said he saw was that he got on the scene. He saw the car stuck in the sand. He saw the large claw marks that tore up the top and side of the vehicle.
Right.
And he said they were pretty deep and long. He saw these odd-shaped footprints with an odd gel that was in every footprint.
Right.
Right. And then he was stopped by the state troopers and told, "You got to get out of here. That liquid in the footprints is radioactive."
Right.
So that was their way of scaring them off.
Yeah, but they proved it wasn't radioactive. Nothing was radioactive.
But they wanted to scare them off. So, but he saw the 2 women crying. They were
Right.
hysterically crying. And you know, it's weird. So, not weird, but odd. One of the witnesses up there at the time was Fred Lane. Fred Lane,
Oh,
yeah, our guy from
Right.
Erie that's up there. We do the conference with him. You know, so here he made a statement that he observed a hovering red object that had a pulsating type light on it, and what he saw take off across Lake Erie at a tremendous speed.
Well, Lake Erie's been, I mean, we've been getting quite a bit of cases up there.
Yeah.
And, you know, like Terry says, it's possible that they got something going on in Lake Erie.
Yeah, well, Terry Ray, who was on an earlier show with us,
Right.
an attorney, did some analysis,
Right.
and
He feels there's an underground base up in that area.
based on the reports that there's a
Well,
base
under
under
sea,
the water.
under
is
lake
what it is.
base.
But there was another, and this is kind of a
Why not?
strange case that happened at the same time with this. This truck driver by the name of Steve Duder, he owned his own trucking business. He said he was driving at night at that same time, and he said all of a sudden the cab of his truck got illuminated. There was this bright light on it, and he saw
That
this
sounds very
enormous
close
sphere
encounters.
that lit up the
Yeah,
highway.
it does.
Now the strange thing is, when he got home,
But that
he
was
had
like 10 years after that movie.
120
Exactly.
miles
Close
with an
Encounters is based
18-wheel
on a
rig,
lot
and
of
it took him under
historical
an hour,
UFO
and he also
incidents.
made it back to his house. In 120 miles back into his driveway in less than an hour. So, but then he said he had some strange things happen that, like with his mind, he seemed to be able to project his thoughts and influence people.
A lot of times when you have an encounter, say, of the 4th kind, you actually get telepathy. You can get the powers. I mean, a lot of people poltergeist cases, poltergeist activity starts. They're saying now that Barney and Betty actually had poltergeist activity that was never brought out. I guess Morton brought that out not too long ago.
Okay.
But that was a lot of the cases. I mean,
Paranormal
you actually
Bigfoots
get,
and UFOs. So it's all there.
Paranormal.
So
The
somehow
big
they're
overlap.
so whatever happens on
The
these
big umbrella.
abductions, however
I know, but
they're
those 3
examining
things always
us,
seem to
they're
go
not
together
cutting
in my
people
book.
open most of the
They
time,
do,
like
don't
we do
they?
with our surgery. They seem to tap
Pizza.
into our brains, and then that kind of leaves us with some
Yeah, but a lot of the
abilities,
Bigfoot
that
investigators
we
don't want
then
to
are
include the
psychic
other
And I think
bits.
they may do an implant.
I know
They
it
just wanna-
too well. I know it too well.
could be
And
They
one.
want to
UFO
think it's a-
people got nothing to
They
do
want
with
to think it's
Bigfoot.
a lost
They can
human
actually
man
watch what
sort
you're
of thing, rather than
You know?
So one of the things,
interdimensional
what happened when
or-
the Blue Book people, the Air Force
Some
people
do.
showed up? Didn't they contaminate the scene?
Yeah,
And-
100%.
Yeah, tell us if you remember
Well,
what happened.
I'll
with the
just tell you
Blue
what
Book.
I'll tell you their conclusions. That's
Yeah.
even better. Okay. No evidence that this is from both Major Hall and Mr. Palmer or whatever. They checked the area for radioactivity, none. Okay, Project Blue Book says no evidence exists to relate to the damp areas and the indentations found on the beach to the sighting. Considering the indentations, the following comments also presented. No object could have made a stable landing without at least a 3rd appendage. Sand should have been a lot more compressed for the alleged landing. Portions of the ground indentations appear to be uncovered, not totally compressed as they should have been. By definite sign of the vehicle departing the area in the sign, no evidence of heat blast or sand being disturbed by aerodynamic vehicle.
Rough weight calculations place weight of the alleged object at approximately 1,500 pounds total weight. This being a static load estimated calculated to two-legged object. Acrylic residence. They're saying it was acrylic residence was present in the large sample taken in indentation. This was attributed to the acrylic lacquer that was sprayed on the indentation prior to the cast being molded. So they're saying that the liquid inside was actually sprayed there before they took it. That's what they're thinking.
But yet it was there in every one of those footprints. And when they say that the sand should have been blown, because we're using our mentality that we would have a jet where this is anti-gravity, it just lifts up. You know, it's total, and it doesn't. You know, if you remember the Roswell, some of the stories on that, the one that we actually captured, people said it kind of just hovered there. They had it in there, and you could kind of just lift it up with your hand. Yet the thing weighed tons.
But here's the best one. Urine was distinctly present in all the soil samples. So actually, somebody, you know. Now here's
or the creature.
Right. Well, they're saying now no correlation can be. This is what his final thing is.
What this.
No correlation can be found to exist between the three factors of the case under consideration: light, indentations, monster, light. So they're saying there was no monster. What they're saying a monster was a bear. Okay. no evidence relates. Well, instead of really getting into it, what they're saying is that they feel that everybody was actually lying.
Yeah, but you know they said it was an animal, but yet the I think it was the chief of police. Yeah, he said that there are no bears or large animals on the peninsula. And the interesting thing that I find typical, the Air Force Major Hall, when the state police were making those casts and they were taking pictures and stuff, the Air Force Hall came over and he kicked sand into all of those prints, kind of like kicked it over, destroying the evidence at that point, even though some casts were made, took control of the casts and then took the pictures from the police. We need this for Project Blue Book. Which is the mistake made on so many of those cases. They turn it over because they said, well, you're the experts, you got to look at it, you got to have it, and you never get it back.
Just walk across all the prints.
Good conclusion back as to what happened. But, you know, it seemed interesting that that's what they had said had happened. But, you know, they tried to make it out to be, you know, an animal had caused it. But NICAP, which was the big agency at the time, like MUFON, NICAP sent 5 of their investigators there to Lake Erie, and they concluded that it was unexplained and that the creature was some sort of a Bigfoot, Sasquatch type
Well, that's
hominid.
when they start saying there was no such thing as Sasquatch. See, I think the government is well aware of Bigfoot, and I think the government's been involved with Bigfoot since back in the 60s.
And there are a handful of cases where they're present during a UFO.
And you know, and again, the government. I mean, this was one of the famous cases here too. But the government would have lied about it too if they didn't have so many witnesses to it.
Now, do you know what the people up in Erie did 10 years later? This is really interesting, and I've got to try to contact Fred Lane and see if it's still there. 10 years later, in 1976. The store owners and merchants there, they collected $2,600 and they constructed a UFO landing pad in the community park that's overlooking Lake Erie. It opened on July 4th of, I guess that would be 77, and they created a staging area for a Martian landing for UFOs.
I heard that.
So, yeah, they did that. It was 10 years after this case. So I'm curious, is that still there? Does anybody remember?
I know Sam and I went up there on a case.
We're done with this one now.
We had a case going up there.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it on the Google Maps here, a sculpture, but it could be.
Yeah. Well, we've got a little bit of debate going on in the side chat here, which is fantastic, you know. Yeah, it's good. I mean, Bigfoot always causes a bit of controversy, doesn't he? But yeah, they really should have found one by now, or found some kind of conclusive evidence. I don't honestly think it's a hominid. I don't think it's a primate. I just don't. Unless they're burying the dead and they're living in cave systems or underground systems, and
Well, it's a
you know,
possibility that it's a hybrid.
that rarely emerge. It's it is a possibility, Paul, but I think it's an outside. It's a long shot, you know.
Okay, so imagine a UFO comes here, takes DNA from a Bigfoot, because that's what they find, and then hybridize it. You know, you can't call it hybrid, but you could probably call it a Boofoot.
Jesus, Paul, you just hit high woo. That's high woo on steroids, man. Jesus,
so,
Paul, what have I done?
But you know, but if you watch those shows I mentioned yesterday, they actually the guys are definitely believable in it.
Okay.
What was it? The one the triangle. What's it called? The Leicester Triangle. That was the guys and that were analyzing it. They go there in a boat and they set up the equipment and stuff, and it seemed to come across very credible. But also on the other show, what was that one called? Something in the Woods, Haunted in the Woods, or whatever it was called. Episode 10, did I say it was? Season 2, episode 10. Go and have a listen to that story there. I watched that guy's body language and his wife, and I don't see why they would make that whole story up. So to me, that was extremely credible to me. But you'd have to go and watch it to see what I mean. Don't you start coughing as well, because I'm trying to hold back my
guy's done it to me.
Yeah, I got a tickle in my throat as well. It's annoying the hell out of me. But as soon as people start coughing, I want to start coughing. It's the C19 epidemic.
But just another word on that before we move on to the next case. I mean, in '66, Hector Quintanilla was head of Blue Book, and Quintanilla came into that job with his mind already made up that UFOs did not exist. End of. And we've got to explain all these cases away. The number of unexplained reports is too high, so changing policy, we've got to explain them all away. And those we can't, we can say there was insufficient data. So if we had more data, we could have explained them as well. That was his policy. He made sure that a couple of them went unexplained, but they were always the lights in the sky type sightings. Anything that was like this, for example, that was upfront and a bit personal, that had to be explained away. Yeah. So this went down as a hoax or balloon or whatever. It didn't go down as unexplained. Yeah. Although at the end of Blue Book, there was a massive 22.5% unexplained cases. Although no journalist at the time bothered looking at them.
Yeah, someone in the side chat saying, "Why has no one shot one?" Well, when you listen to the stories, they come close to pulling the trigger on them. They're looking through the telescope
they can't.
When they see they can't pull the trigger because they're looking at another human, and to them, they just can't pull the trigger because it feels to them that murder and so on. That could be in a suit or something. You know, they can't be 100% sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah, I can understand why
some people said it looked too human. It looked too human to shoot.
Yeah, we actually have got C19 in New Zealand, but the lockdown and the border control, we're only getting like 10 new cases a day over here, and it's less than the way they call it, the spread factor, greater than 1.3, which is the same as the flu. So yeah, it's now at 1, which means the virus will naturally die out, as long as no new cases come into New Zealand and the person breaks quarantine rules. At the moment, anyone that comes in by plane, boat and stuff, they've got to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. As long as no one breaks that rule, it won't actually get hold in New Zealand. So yeah, 12 people have died so far.
The figures are plateauing here in the UK.
Don't say the name, though, will you? Don't say the name of the virus, because it
okay.
Yeah, it causes
a
problem.
I understand. Yeah. Well, if you call it C19,
that's why I call it C19. Yeah. A lot of people are doing that now, unless that's in the bots as well. We've sort of been conditioned not to say certain words on Google now. It's just stupid, I know, but
we're still losing 700, 800 a day here, and that's just in their hospital deaths alone.
Well,
the people who die in care homes.
Yeah, the only deaths we
people who are dying in care homes and
that's it.
At home, Paul, they're not registered. So we're probably losing over 1,000 a day in the UK. Yeah, that's not a joke, is it?
No, we're losing everybody over 70 in homes. We're sort of got brought in by someone from overseas. But anyway, someone didn't follow quarantine. I bet someone stuffed up there, a nurse or something, a caregiver. So what's the next topic? Is we got more on this one, or are we just moving on?
We've got no, we're done on
hour
that
and
one
a half,
now. But okay, that's fine. That's fine. We don't have to do all the cases tonight, Paul. But I was just going to say now this Portage County UFO case. Now we were talking about Close Encounters earlier, weren't we? The film. Do you remember the car chase scene where the police cars chased the UFO and a couple of them crashed in the process? Do you remember that scene from Close Encounters? No? Okay, never mind.
They were chasing a UFO up the mountain and they crashed.
That's right. That's right, yeah. Oh, one of the police cars crashed, yeah. Well, this was the incident that they based that part of the film on.
Right.
Here we go. The Portage UFO County case from Ohio to
Steven
Pennsylvania.
Spielberg took it from all over the place, didn't he?
He took it from this case. The car chase he took from this case.
Yeah.
Bit of trivia for you.
What's Susan saying?
Yeah, she remembers the scene, unlike you, Paul.
Yeah. So we got another one, have we?
I've left it for you, yeah. Yeah. And unfortunately, this case ended in tragedy for two of the witnesses, at least, as we'll see.
Have we heard this one before? It seems to ring a bell.
No, we certainly have never done this one before. You may be aware of the case, but we certainly haven't covered it.
Close Encounters. Yes, it's a good movie. I remember going to see it with my dad. Dad was sort of watching it, but I think he lost interest. Me, I was just so hooked on the movie, and I wanted to watch it again. And I was just a bit confused because I wasn't sure what was real and what was drama, and I wanted to know how much of it was real. So when they first open up that scene in Close Encounters, I think it's that one, they discover all those planes from the the Flight 19, the Bermuda Triangle planes that suddenly show up on the desert in pristine condition. Is that the same movie or is that another movie? Close Encounters, opening sequence of it, where he flies down by helicopter and the planes all lined up on some sort of beach or desert.
I think you're thinking of a different film there, to be honest.
I'm not too sure. I think it was Close Encounters. What's the opening sequence on that?
Oh, never mind that now.
But I thought, is that real or not? Did that actually happen? Maybe it actually happened.
Maybe someone can tell us on the side
makes you
chat.
wonder if Spielberg actually knew something about those missing planes that we don't,
Well, he did. There was the famous story where he watched it before anybody else was before it was actually released in cinema. And he watched it with Reagan. And Reagan turned around and told Spielberg, this Spielberg story, not mine. Yeah, Reagan apparently said to him, you know, we're amongst the few people in this room that know this is the truth. Yeah.
Mm.
That's what Reagan apparently said to him.
Yeah, so he didn't actually answer it though, did he? Alright, so let's kick this off here.
Yeah, sure, it's a damn good case, this.
Yeah, they're saying in the side chat they remember what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So it's your memory that's faulty.
It's been many years since I've seen. I might watch it again.
Yeah, but you were hassling me before, and now it's switched around. You see.
Well, you never ended a famous scene.
So I should bring up my control panel and shoot you with a laser.
Oh, do it if you like. I'll take it on the chin.
No, we'll just carry on. I could do something funny.
Okay.
Anyway, what's happened here? Did something happen here where I messed up the click or something?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the right page? Aliens and
yeah.
celebrities. Is that the one we're after now?
Yeah.
What's up here? Looks like it's an infographic.
I'm not really sure if we have to do that bit. Have you got the right? Where are you?
Alien occupant counters. I don't know. Something happened there, I think.
You need Portage County.
That's what I thought. Oh, here we go. I must have clicked.
There you go.
I must have clicked, or it must have automatically gone over. That's kind of weird. Let's see. Let's get it going.
All good.
All good. All good. It's all working now. Let's see what happens. Thinking.
The Portage County UFO Chase, a case study. Although the bizarre UFO incident of April 1966 began in Portage County, Ohio, it would end over the state border in Pennsylvania, covering over 80 miles. Furthermore, what began with one police car with 2 officers pursuing an unknown, low-flying object quickly turned into multiple police cars who would join the chase at various places along the route. What's more, like many of the Project Blue Book investigations, despite the abundance of evidence and witnesses available, the official findings were dismissive and, to some, preposterous. That the UFO was merely a rogue satellite or even the planet Venus was bordering on insulting to those directly involved with the events, as well as those who witnessed them. In fact, such was the public interest in the case despite the dismissive findings of the U.S. Air Force. It would be immortalized in the chase scene of the 3 police cars in the 1970s blockbuster movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Before we delve into the very real events of the Portage Country UFO chase, you can check out the famous police chase scene from the aforementioned movie below. Contents.
Good to play it, but we
I looked behind me, and I saw this thing. Just after 5 a.m. on the morning of the 17th of April 1966, Portage County police officers, Wilbur, Barney, Neff and Dale Spoor pulled their car to the side of a quiet country road near the district of Ravenna. Ahead of them was an abandoned car that the pair looked to investigate. The car certainly appeared suspicious, and not just due to its apparent abandonment. Inside, there appeared to be a mountain of radio-type equipment. Along the side of the vehicle was a strange logo, a triangle with a bolt of lightning surging through it. On top of it, the words, 7 Steps to Hell, proudly announced themselves. Then, the 2 officers heard an electrical humming sound coming from behind them. They turned around immediately. Spoor would state in an interview with the Record Courier the following day, "When I looked in this wooded area behind us, I saw this thing. At this time, it was coming up to about treetop level. I'd say at about 100 feet. It started moving towards us." Barney was still watching the car. The thing kept getting brighter and the area started to get light. I told him to look over his shoulder, and he did. Both police officers now stared, open-mouthed and in awe at this bizarre sight.
It's funny, we're talking about how Betty comes up in a lot of UFO cases now. Barney seems to be coming up in a lot of UFO cases.
Yeah, Barney Hill. But this
Barney and
didn't end
Betty.
well for two of the police officers, really never. And it was quite a pitiful state of affairs. And that was all down to Hector Quintanilla. Once again, there's no need to put me on full screen, Paul. I finished there, But can you speak again, Paul? Because your sound dropped off a little bit.
I'm still here.
Yeah, that's fine now.
Sounds all right
okay.
there on Google, guys. Let us know.
So there
Sometimes
was
it's different here.
there was civilian witnesses before there was the police witnesses. Of course, it was the police who chased them. But there was apparently these UFOs were seen from 4 different counties. Although the actual chase covered, I think it was 84 miles between Ohio and over the border into Pennsylvania.
Someone's asking where they can find Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Well, Robert was talking about that at the start, weren't you, about Greer's movie? And, it's terrible.
Well, I mean, it's yeah, Paul. I haven't got much more to add than that, other than it was absolute.
It's 2 hours of your life you'll never get back again.
I feel like suing him after sitting through.
I think a few people were suing because Line
he was
using that they used a clip that he's got copyright on. Lionscan was saying they used a clip that he got taken down off the web because he got the guy to give him copyright control of it. This is before the Tyler thing, and that's in Greer's movie apparently. So according to Scott Brando, but I haven't actually watched it to see if that is in the movie or not. But yeah, makes you wonder.
He bursts into tears at one point, and he starts not bursting. He starts sobbing. And he can't control himself, and he's crying on camera. And he says some of his team, Stephen Greer, yeah. He said some of his team, some of his team that had worked with him were ex-military, and they hadn't got to the bottom of this UFO problem, and they'd been bullied and everything so much that some of them commit suicide. Others were assassinated by the men in black, and there we go. And it was only a few months before this came out, he was saying on somebody's show that he had so much information on the government that if anyone were to harm any of him or his team, he had what they call a dead man's trigger, conclusive evidence that UFOs are real. And he said, anyone gets hurt on my team, me, or any of my team, I'm going to deploy this dead man's trigger, and then the government will be screwed. And there he is crying away, saying that several of his team have been assassinated, and he hasn't. Come on. I've had enough of them.
Yeah. Well, it's possible, but it sounds like something for a sci-fi movie. But he did claim, if you watch my...
If he's got this irrefutable evidence, what's he doing sitting on it? Just get it out. Yeah, just get it out.
I did actually do a thing called Death of Ufologists, and I do talk about Stephen Greer in it. Strange Deaths. But he claimed that he was poisoned with radioactive elements, and it killed off his assistant. I think that's probably where he's crying, is thinking about that woman, I think it was.
Well, God, I mean, I hope that wasn't.
Well.
I hope there's no truth to it. I hope there's no truth to it. I really do. I hope there isn't. But of course, this is the thing with someone like Stephen Greer. One day he might cry wolf, and because of all the stuff he's come out with in the past, people aren't going to believe him. And there could be just a part of it that there's an element of truth there, and it would be a hell of a shame. Of all the times he cried wolf in the past, that no one's going to trust him this time round.
Yeah. Well, I certainly don't trust him.
It's difficult. But I felt the show was padded out and it didn't have anything particularly new in it. And
It keeps repeating the
hell,
same thing every year,
yeah,
every month
I know.
almost.
Yeah.
You know,
But go and
and
watch it. If you get your hands on it, go and watch it.
well, it really should be
you make
free.
it.
It's that bad.
Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, or Paul. You go watch it and make your own mind up.
But just be
I'm not here to
aware, a
bully
lot of the
people
stuff that
to
they're saying is
thinking.
UFOs in it has been debunked.
Yeah,
like
I
we
know.
did one,
Yeah,
we did
even
one
if it's stuff
yesterday.
compared to Base the Moon, Paul.
We did one yesterday with that Jim guy. He clearly could see it was a weather balloon, and the thing that looked like it was falling off the bottom of it was running down the string. Is actually just its spinning radar reflectors that these balloons have on them. And the other one was clearly like a big bag, a net. When you know how you get one of those net bags that break open. Well, they put a load of balloons in these net bags and carry them around to sell them to people on the street. Looks like one of those got away, and it started releasing balloons out the bottom of it, and you can see it falling out the bottom. Because as they go up, of course, some of them are going to lose gas, and they're going to get more heavy than what they can support, so they drop out the bottom as it goes up. And of course, some of them do have weights on them too, little weights that pulls it out the net bag, and you lose the total buoyancy. So it's all science and stuff, and you can see how it was reducing in size. So he did 3 videos on that, and 2 of them were clearly balloons, and the other one is flew like a drone, and whether he's part of that hoaxing of it, but he had a secure team t-shirt, hoodie on or whatever, and Tyler's going to interview him. So to me, straight away, the whole hoaxer team is all there and trying to make money out of it and fame out of it. Straight away puts me off that I can't trust anything that these guys are saying.
Yeah.
Especially if the
leaves
guy,
a bad taste.
the guy is buying merchandise from Tyler and claims to be a sky watcher. Well, if he's watching security and thinks all those are real, then he's going to be biased in what he's seen in the sky. He's not going through all the apps like you should do and just rolling out stuff,
But anyway, we better crack on with this case,
Yeah, that's that guy in the side chat. Who was it? Was it Charles or Chris? Talked about the movie. But yeah, it's out there on the web where you don't have to buy, but we ain't going to tell you how to find it. But you'll find it if you search for it. Well, I certainly wouldn't pay for it. Anyway.
No.
Both police officers now stared, open-mouthed and in awe at this bizarre sight in front of them. Then the strange craft came to a stop directly above the pair. Both were aware that all around them was silent aside from the humming, a sound akin to an overloaded transformer. The pair would estimate the object to be around 50 feet across and approximately 20 feet in height. On top of the craft, and through the brightness of the light, they could make out a dome shape and what appeared to be an antenna. Gerald butchered a one-man police department for several hours. Almost in unison and without saying a word, the 2 officers darted towards their patrol car. Spar would recall, "We both went for the car. We got in the car and we sat there." Then, after a brief moment to compose himself, Spar radioed to the dispatcher at the switchboard desk. The officers would receive orders to follow the object after it had begun moving to the east. At around the same time, Chief of Police in Portage County, Gerald Butchard, was on patrol when he heard the radio communication regarding the strange lights overhead. He would immediately turn his car around and head back home to grab his camera. He awoke his wife as he did so, excitedly telling her to get dressed and come outside. Not at all amused, Joan Butcher nevertheless would follow her husband outside, her thick dressing gown wrapped around her. Before she could say anything, though, Gerald was pointing to the sky. There a saucer-shaped object hovered. Just before it moved away, not making a sound as it did so, the police chief managed to snap a picture. He would later state to the plane dealer, "The object was round when I looked straight up at it, but when it moved to the left, it looked like a saucer, like two table saucers put together." Because of his position, whenever a member of the public would contact the main desk of the Portage County Police Department, a special phone would ring in the Butchert household. It was a phone that none of the family members were ever allowed to touch. In 2004, almost 20 years after his father's death in 1986, Butchert's son, Harry, would recall how from dawn that morning for several hours his father was a one-man police department across state borders. Meanwhile,
so it sounds to me like what he's done, he's set up a phone line just for these UFO reports from police officers, or I don't know, is it the general public as well? I'm not sure. So you could understand why the family weren't allowed to touch the phone.
Also, a UFO with an antenna on top was really abnormal as well, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, most of the time people aren't getting close enough to them to maybe see an antenna. But I mean, if you believe the Tic Tac UFO, whether you think that's a black project or whether it's alien, that had some kind of appendages, but it was only when they were seen really close up or in a high resolution video that you could actually see these appendages. Other than that, they seem to be have a perfectly clean, smooth surface.
Yep. And what they say
Those appendages on the Tic Tac seem to be like inverted, don't they? Almost sounds like a kind of a landing gear to me. I don't know. I really don't know. There's a lot to be cleared up with that yet. I think it'll all come out in the wash, though.
I was expecting some new
Anyway,
footage.
let's not go off the case.
Okay. I was expecting some new footage of that by now, actually. But
yeah, everything's on hold at the moment, isn't it?
Corona has holded disclosure.
Yeah.
And they're saying the government are releasing lots of bills why the Corona thing. Oh, I said that word, didn't I? C19. Oh no, we're doomed. Ads will be disabled again. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We could be talking about the beer, you know. It's stupid, really.
Absolutely.
But
anyway.
Yeah. It depends how intelligent the robot is, I suppose. It's pretty dumb from what I'm seeing. Remember, I finally got monetization. I finally got monetization, and when I checked all the videos, I had 39 disabled for ads, and I looked at it, and they're mostly yours. And I thought, what the hell? What are we saying on these live shows? It's getting disabled. One of them was one of Tyler's that I did, and the other ones was with the president. I made some funny emanations. Has been disabled, which is okay. I don't care about those. And couple of other videos from Sunday Debunks, but it was mostly yours. So I submitted review, and out of all the ones got reviewed, only one got rejected. It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Oh,
and that's the bot for you. So yeah, we got super chat now. Although no one's thrown money at us like they do on other channels for some reason, we're not liked as much. But we have got licenses like this voice thing we're using. Cost us $50 a year. So, and also the software for the mixer that cost me $70 not long ago. So everything's sort of coming out. We've got to pay for that in our own cash flow, and I can only save up like $20 a week, sort of thing. So it also impacts when you got things that break down and you got to replace it. So there's a running cost to all these live streams. People think it's all free and just the AdView will pay for it, but the AdView, a lot of people have ad blocker on it as well. So yeah, we've sort of carried this channel for 3 years on our own, and it would be good to get something back finally, you know. But anyway, we'll just carry on. So it's quite an interesting, this one here. It does sound that they based the Close Encounters on it anyway, so...
We did. Yes, no
So
doubt.
that makes it even more interesting.
Meanwhile, as the first beginnings of dawn began to lighten the dark early morning sky, Spauer and Neff continued to follow the bizarre aerial object. As they drove down Route 224, the object was on the right-hand side, visible through the vehicle's left window. They would estimate it to be between 300 and 500 feet high. As it moved, the ground underneath of it became illuminated in the white glow of the underside light. Suddenly, the craft moved to the vehicle's left-hand side, now at a considerable pace. In fact, the police car was soon traveling in excess of 100 miles per hour in order to keep up with it. It now appeared distinctly metallic and very definitely a solid object. As the pursuit continued, other police cars in the area or nearby were listening to the progress of the incident, with some actively looking to make their way there. This would continue for almost half an hour, at which point the two officers were approaching the state border with Pennsylvania. Also monitoring the police communications radio was fellow Ohio police officer, Wayne Huston of the East Palestine Department. He patiently waited for the Portage County police officers to pass his location at an intersection on the main road. Before he witnessed their car, though, the huge, metallic disc passed overhead. A second later, came Spauer and Neff. Huston pressed down hard on the gas and joined in on the pursuit. The two police cars continued to give chase. However, a short time later, approaching Conway, Pennsylvania, Spauer's vehicle began to fade. At 6:15 p.m., completely out of gas, the patrol car limped into a service station. Scrambled jets, attempted intercept, and disappearance.
Yep.
A Pennsylvania police.
There you go.
Yeah. So and this is the strange thing here. There was two occasions during this chase where they had to pull over. There was kind of engine interference again, as well. And how many times have we heard that? But they pulled into the gas station. The UFO waited for them. So
maybe it's having fun.
There's definite some kind of interaction going on there, and they had these cops driving over 100 miles per hour. Do you know that's pretty quick speed in 1966? You know.
Yep.
You can imagine that, the bedlam. With more cars when you're reaching different junctions, joining in the chase. It's a crazy case. It really is.
I'm just eating a sausage here. They're quite nice, actually.
Oh, great. Well, yeah. Sounds like you're eating the sausage as well.
A Pennsylvania police cruiser is what had drawn Spauer's attention to the service station, although in reality, he couldn't have gone on much further. When he found the owner of the police vehicle, Frank Panzanella, he had himself just seen the bizarre object pass by him as he sipped his morning coffee. The Pennsylvania officer radioed a report from his car of his sighting and location. However, as he did, all four of the police officers could hear the radio communications of the Air Force, and specifically, the order to scramble jets. It was then all four realized that the UFO had stopped and now hovered defiantly in the air. Seconds later, several military jets came into view. Panzanella would later state, the object was the shape of half a football and was very bright. After jets arrived, the object continued to upwards until it got as small as a ballpoint pen. Relative to the moon, the object was quite distant and to the left of it. We all four watched the object shoot straight up and disappear. All four witnesses were amazed at the events they had seen, to say the least. That amazement would soon turn to frustration as the official investigation closed in. Tell me about this mirage you saw. It would become quickly apparent to both the witnesses and other UFO researchers and independent investigators that a glossing over of actual events was taking place. When Spauer was approached by Major Quintanilla representing the official Air Force investigation, for example, he would begin the telephone conversation by asking his main witness, "Tell me about this mirage you saw." when that was shortly
Okay,
followed by the suggestion that his statement should
yeah, so Hector Quintanilla, again, this wasn't an Air Force investigation. Well, it was, because Blue Book was Air Force, but it was a Blue Book investigation.
Yep.
As I stated earlier, Quintanilla didn't want nothing to do with UFOs.
Yep.
And you can see the damage he done when we get later, further into the article. Okay, good to go.
when that was shortly followed by the suggestion that his statement should reflect that the incident took place for only minutes, it was perfectly obvious to Spauer that the investigation was no such thing. He refused to sign the altered testimony. Furthermore, only pressure from Congress would force Quintanilla to travel to the site of the incident and interview the officers personally. The official investigation would ultimately state that the police officers had given chase to a low-flying satellite and then went on to pursue Venus. Furthermore, the Air Force would deny that any military jets were scrambled on the night in question. Incidentally, the U.S. Air Force would also ask Butchert not to release the photograph he captured. By that point, however, the Cleveland plane dealer had already seen the picture and described it, so acknowledging its existence. Further damning regarding the attitude of the official investigation was a report prepared by the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena (NECAP) and voluntarily passed to the Compton Committee, the committee set up to draw final conclusions to Project Blue Book. They would appear to have completely disregarded it, not even making a passing reference to it on their ultimate report. However, the Portage County incident had captured the public's imagination. Multiple UFO researchers descended on the area, and many locals would begin monitoring the police radio bands on the off chance they would stumble onto a similar incident. It was 3 days of living hell. Perhaps because the main witnesses, of which there were 4, were police officers, the incident quickly went on to be seen as credible in the eyes of those who took an interest. The wife of the late Gerald Butchert, Joan Butchert, would state in 2004 how the telephone ringing was constant several days, as were the knocks on the front door of the family home. She would recall, "My husband lost 20 pounds. It was 3 days of living hell." That toleration boiled over into frustration at the official report's findings. Many of the larger press organizations would temper their enthusiasm for the case following these official findings. As we have examined before on other cases, it wouldn't be a complete surprise if it ever came to light of outside pressures to editors and media owners was the result of the sudden climb down in interest. UFO investigators, publications dedicated to such matters, and even some of the smaller and local newspapers would stick with the case, attempting to extract every last piece of information from the situation. Butchert, who would ultimately submit his negative copies of the photograph to Quintanilla, something he would quickly regret, would eventually boil over at the dismissive nature of the official investigation. Several days after the incident, he would state, "I asked the Major, Quintanilla, if it was the planet Venus, then how come it moved up and down and side to side? I at one time kept the wires from the telephone pole in view and the object did go below the wires and then above them. The wires were not moving. I was advised by the Major that this was due to atmospheric conditions, most likely. It was an..."
Okay, so that's true. You do
dear,
get,
dear.
you do get, you get that cell look when you look at planets, and you get the ring pattern happening. That's because it's going through ice crystals. But guys, as far as all the videos I looked at, it doesn't sort of move too much. It sort of moves a few millimeters either direction. It sort of flickers,
exactly.
when you get those close up.
The thing is, when has Venus come down to treetop level?
Although International Space Station is at that level, though, comes across the horizon like that.
Yeah, well, it wasn't there in 1966, was it?
Yeah, it wouldn't be moving around that much that he's describing, is what I'm saying. If you look at the close-up of the moon, you get the atmospherics there with the wavy pattern. And also the plane contrail as it spreads out in the atmosphere, and you're filming through it, creates that wavy what you call it, mirage type effect happening. That's the sort of movement
I've
we're
seen.
talking about.
I mean, even the space station I've seen, I wouldn't certainly go chasing it.
Well,
80
you're not
odd
gonna
miles at
see
100 odd
a
mile an hour.
you're not gonna see like Venus go below power lines then back up again, sort of thing. You know?
Yeah,
That's too much.
exactly. Yeah.
That's too much movement. So
Yeah,
definitely
it's
he was seeing
nonsense.
something different than a planet.
Mm-hmm.
What else was mentioned there? Anything they want to cover before we move on again?
No. Well, the only thing that is that okay. I mean, you could see Quintanilla there had made his mind up from the outset when he asked the question. So tell me about this mirage that you've seen. So he's almost suggesting to them what he wants to hear before they've said a word. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
and that was Hector Quintanilla for you. I don't like the man. I have to say, I don't like the man.
Yeah. Mirages normally happen over water, don't they? And that's where you get that floating ship effect. Looks like a cigar UFO in the sky. But yeah, that's not moving up and down, left and right. That moves very slowly because of the horizon and how it bends the light stuff. So yeah, I just can't see it being anything that's natural, you know. In this description, at least it would have been good if we actually had some video dash cam and all that. But we're talking about what year was this?
Well, there was a photograph, but he handed it over to Blue Book and Quintanilla, didn't he? Never seen again.
What year was this? I've forgotten what year it was.
66.
This is 66 as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just close that down. Okay. Yeah. So we just carry on.
It was an incident that would affect several of the other witnesses significantly. The far-reaching aftershock of a life-changing morning. While he wouldn't speak about the incident often, Butchert would keep a private scrapbook of every report or newspaper article about the incident. He also almost retired from his position as chief of police, feeling that the community would no longer have faith in him. He didn't, however, go through with this drastic measure, and remained chief of police until his death in 1986, 20 years after the incident, from a sudden brain aneurysm. When asked about the incident in October 1966, barely 6 months after the events, he would state bluntly, "I'd rather not talk about it. It's something that should be forgotten and left alone. I saw something but I don't know what it was." For Officer Dale Spoor, the future years were even more severe. Not only for him, but those around him. Perhaps because he was the main witness out of the 5 men involved, he seemed to receive the most attention. Coupled with the frustration of the very public questioning of his credibility and reporting by the official report, it was a situation from which he would never recover. He was eventually arrested on battery charges after grabbing and shaking his wife violently in a fit of nervous rage. She would ultimately divorce him after his steady and rapid decline. He would leave the police force, handing in his badge and...
I'm laughing because I'm just checking out the control panel, and guess what? Because we said the C word, it's been limited already for ads.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so it did actually pick it up in real time. Anyway, I thought I'd check it while it's reading now.
He would leave the police force, handing in his badge and weapon. He would later state, "If I could change all that I have done in my life, I would change just one thing. And that be the night we chased that damn thing. That saucer." He would live on one bowl of cereal and a sandwich a day after his motel room rent, and the money the courts ordered him to pay in child support left him literally with exactly nothing. The nut who chased a flying saucer. Spoor's eventual ex-wife would tell how.
See, this is a great shame, isn't it? The guy's reported a UFO to the best of his ability. The ridicule and the wrath of the Air Force that came upon him caused his divorce, his financial ruin, his mental health, and things never went well for the guy after that, you know? If only people were more open-minded about it, it could have saved all of this.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only officer and witness to suffer as a result of this case, which is kind of the Greek tragedy part of an amazing incident. Okay, on we go.
Spore's eventual ex-wife would tell how something happened to her husband after the incident. He would act strange and nervous, even disappearing for several days at a time on occasion. She would state, "Our marriage fell apart. All sorts of people came to the house. Investigators. Reporters. They kept him up all night. They kept after him. Hounding him. They hounded him right into the ground. And he changed." She would describe him, regrettably, as a lost soul. Spore would further offer that "I have become a freak. The nut who chased a flying saucer." Barney Neff, like Butchert, would finally refuse to talk about the incident. His wife, Jacqueline, would state on his behalf following a request for an interview that, "I hope I never see him like he was after the chase. He was real white, almost in a state of shock. It was awful. And people made fun of him afterwards. He once told me, if that thing landed in my backyard, I wouldn't tell a soul." Panzanella felt much the same. He would even go as far as to disconnect his phone permanently. Huston would even quit the police force entirely and move almost as far away as he could to Seattle, Washington. He would find work as a bus driver and even changed his first name from Wayne to Harold. Huston would recall in the same article as Spore, "Sure, I quit because of that thing. People laughed at me. And there was pressure. You couldn't put your finger on it, but the pressure was there. The city officials didn't like police officers chasing flying saucers." Perhaps as credible a case as it is a great example of how such encounters can leave a person's life and their families in tatters. A connection to other sightings in the northeast of America in April 1966? The Portage County incident was not the only encounter in the upper northeast of America at the time. In fact, there was a wave of sightings immediately before and following the UFO chase of the 17th of April 1966. For example, as far back as the 29th of March at 7:50 p.m. in Elliott, Maine, a nurse witnessed a bright red elliptical object with a dome while driving home. She could also see several portholes along the side, from which a bright white light emerged. The object hovered near the power lines and had the appearance of crumpled aluminum foil and was a dull silver color. The witness also became aware of a pinging sound which appeared to emanate from the strange craft. She was also suddenly aware that she could hear several dogs barking anxiously. She continued to watch for several seconds before it finally disappeared beyond the horizon. Only 10 minutes later, at 8 p.m., about 15 miles south in Hampton, New Hampshire, another motorist witnessed two oval objects with revolving red body lights. Suddenly, one of these objects would descend rapidly to treetop level and follow the witness's vehicle for several seconds before it vanished in a rapid ascension. Another sighting came just over an hour later, again to the south of the previous one. This time, at 9:15 p.m. and around 20 miles away in Haverhill, Merrimack in Massachusetts, several witnesses, including a deputy sheriff and a local teacher, would report a pulsating luminous white object moving back and forth in the night sky. Suddenly the colors of the object changed from white to red. Then it changed again, this time to green. Then blue, and finally back to white. It hovered in the same spot for several seconds before speeding away at great speed. Hovering discs near power lines or radio towers. The following evening on the 30th,
How's he going to the toilet? Okay.
The following evening on the 30th of March, again in Massachusetts came another sighting, this time in Rehoboth. At just after 8 p.m., 3 separate reports, each containing multiple witnesses, would come in regarding an incident that would unfold over a 2-hour period. Between the 3 incidents, witnesses would report an oval-shaped craft which appeared to have an amber glow with red and orange lights, was hovering at low altitude just to the side of one of the town's roads. When one car approached the object, it suddenly took off at high speed. Witnesses would also report a whistling or humming noise. An hour after the first sighting in Rehoboth, in East Hampton, Montauk, Long Island and New York, came a similar report. This time, a husband and wife and their children witnessed a bright white object near the power lines of a local radio tower. What's more, they would also report a swooshing sound, perhaps similar to the humming in other reports.
So humming's pretty common, isn't it? And red objects, red lights in the sky that transform colours. So where's this place? East Hampton. Wasn't it where they're meant to be capturing kids and converting them into what do you call it? Humanitarian candidates. What's that word I'm thinking of? But anyway, let's put it on the map here. So that's got to be close to where we are here in Lakes. What do you call it? MK Ultra stuff. Is that the one? New York. There we go. That's got to be close to this location, surely. There we go. Just opposite side. So East Hampton. There we go. Little strip of land out to sea there. And where else did we hear stuff from that? That was where that guy was doing stuff and is communicating with the aliens with the radio story. What was that guy's name again? Manchurian candidate. Yeah, that's the word I was thinking of. What was that guy? Oh, he's got his earplugs in. Come on, Robert. Or maybe Susan remembers. What was that guy that we did that was in his loft in New York and he was talking to aliens? Well, the FBI showed up, or Men in Black anyway, showed up. But apparently he was told to tune the radio between stations to be able to communicate. What was that guy's name again?
Who are you talking about, Paul?
Well, we're talking about this case that they're reading out here. I was bringing it up on the map. I said, oh, what else do we... we've done a similar story in the same location about UFOs and aliens. What's that guy in the loft that tuned his... one that invented the ghost box? What was his name? Can you remember? We covered it on a previous live.
No, that was a...
Yeah,
that was
Porter,
one. I'm not sure how much credence that I held in that, to be honest.
Well, they use it on ghost shows, the static radio stuff, and you get
exactly. This is why I took a little notice of that ghost shows. You know, so that says it all to me. Big question mark once people start appealing in those kind of things. For me, you know.
Well, it was this story here, but they're talking about another UFO sighting on Long Island, so I just brought it up on the map to see whereabouts it was to our original story.
Yeah, okay.
But I also remember the other case, the guy that invented the ghost box. What was his name? Remember, he didn't his story make the newspaper and all that sort of stuff? Was it like a crazy credible story somehow? What was the guy's name? Not Frank Box. It's annoying when I can't think of the person's name. Men in Black, Ghost Box inventor. I don't know. Maybe Frank something. I don't think it's that one. That's the ghost.
You're not thinking of Patton Oswalt, are you?
No, the guy that was in New York. So it's brought up the Frank Box. So we want the guy before then. What was it? What's the guy's name? Okay, it wasn't called the Ghost Box Radio. It was on what do you call that thing on YouTube? Hella. It was talked about on Hella in a 5-minute segment. Was it this?
Oh,
guy?
hell yeah!
Yeah. Why is it not coming up though? I just can't find it. It's annoying when I can't think of the name. Has anyone got it on the side?
You're talking about that psychic medium guy, aren't you?
Yeah, he had paranormal as well as contact with aliens. What was his name? It's not popping out here on the search. You got to use the right keywords, don't you? Men in Black Radio, rather than inventor. New York. Let's see if it comes up. You'll know as soon as I get the name, and you'll say, "Oh yeah, that one. That's so obvious." I'm surprised it's not actually made into a movie. Maybe
Was it Chris Moon?
No, it wasn't that name. It was on the Men in Black case we did. What's the guy's name? It's annoying when you want the person's name and you just can't think of it. I think I see it on lots of podcasts. Black Vault has the problem too. Can't remember the person's name. And anyway, I'll just carry on with talking.
Okay.
I'd have to look it up. Let's see. Just do a quick look on the videos. Search on MIB. Was it that one there? The Men in Black one? That was actually quite a good, popular one, that one. We did 4.5 hours on that one. So it'll be on the description list, maybe. Let's just have a quick look.
We should do this at the end of the case.
Oh, yeah. But it was just reading out other stories anyway. Kicksburg, Whitney Shriver. How they talk about paranormal activities boosted by water. Wasn't that one? Hotel Radio, Men in Black. Here we go. Where's the name? Hotel Video. No, that's not it. E-Master. It's annoying I can't find the name. Yeah, it's one of our other episodes. There's definitely something with Men in Black anyway. And what else do we do? Alien abductions. I just can't think of it.
No, you're not going to find it like that, Paul. It'll come to you in the middle of an hour.
Anyway, just
always does, doesn't
it? Yeah. Susan probably would know because I think she was with us by then, weren't you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think she knows what we're talking or what you're talking about. I don't, for sure.
Yeah, apparently the aliens told him if you want to communicate, you tune it between stations. Whatever that guy's name was. I don't think it was Moon. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
I don't know. It's already sounded like bullshit to me, to be honest.
No, it was a really good story, actually. You actually liked it, I think, if I remember right. Anyway.
The family also noticed how intense static appeared on their radio when the object was in sight. As it continued to circle the area, the nervous cries of neighborhood dogs and cats could be heard. Then, a beam of light emerged from the underside and struck a utility pole. Another report in the same area would surface from a truck driver at just after 11:30 p.m. when his truck suddenly failed without warning as he drove beneath the hovering object. The strange craft would circle the area several times before disappearing into the sky. More bright hovering objects disappearing vertically at great speed. 4 nights later, on the 3rd of April in nearby Franklin, New Jersey, a disc-shaped object with portholes along the side was witnessed hovering near a radio transmitter tower. The owner of the station, along with his wife, had suddenly heard a low rumbling sound. When they went to investigate outside, they witnessed the object overhead. They would describe it as twice the size of a jet fighter plane. At just after 3 a.m. on the morning of the 5th of April, 42-year-old Lillian Lewis would awaken in her home in Lycoming, New York. As she made her way to the kitchen to get a drink of water, she could clearly see out of her window a spinning vapor-like sphere which would suddenly depart several seconds after she witnessed it. The following evening on the 6th of April in Selkirk, New York, multiple witnesses would report an egg-shaped object with colored lights and portholes along the side, hovering just above the treetops. After several moments it would accelerate out of sight, leaving a brief tail behind. On the evening of the 7th of April in Grove City, Pennsylvania, several motorists would report strange lights rising from the ground and then passing over their cars at close range. Several other reports on the same evening would come from relatively nearby Ligonier of a silver, cigar-shaped object cutting through the night sky. At roughly the same time, in Mansfield, Ohio, 2 sheriff's deputies would report a bright round object that they gave chase to for several miles, at high speed no less. It would eventually disappear vertically at alarming speed. This incident, not least due to the chasing aspect, particularly mirrors the events that would take place in Portage County only 10 days later. A series of sightings in Massachusetts clearly moving to the south. On the evening of the 17th of April, beginning just after 7 p.m., a little over 12 hours after the UFO chase in Ohio, a wave of sightings in various locations in Massachusetts would unfold. And what's more, as in similar sightings during this time, there was a distinct and clear direction to the timeline of the sightings. At 7:15 p.m. in the town of Danvers, several people would report an elliptical object with rotating white lights around the edge. The object would circle the area several times before disappearing into the sky. 5 miles to the south and a quarter of an hour later, several people would report sightings of bright oval objects in Peabody. Most would describe the object as having a dome on the top and with flashing lights of red, green, blue, and white. After hovering or circling calmly, the object would then dart away at high speed. An hour later at 8:30 p.m., and 9 miles further south, this time in Wakefield, several local residents would report an oval-shaped craft hovering and making a humming noise. When it moved, red, blue, and white beams would show on the underside upon descent. It would settle at relatively low altitude before disappearing into the night sky.
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting, isn't it, this humming sound? People often describe it as like an angry swarm of bees,
Yeah.
a transponder that's been overloaded, and many of them feel like a kind of a vibration, and that they find the sound itself quite disconcerting, not particularly pleasant to be around. Some others have also talked about tingling, like a static feeling as well. Now, these things, they're so repeatable. It would be great if someone created a database of just this type of thing, dates, times, and try and find some correlation. And that's the thing where you need scientists on board, to do, and statisticians to do this kind of work.
But you nailed it on the head there. The humming noise sounds like a transformer. That's exactly what it is. We're talking about high voltages.
Yes.
Creating that sort of sound effect that you hear from transformer boxes. I'm not sure what causes the humming noise. Obviously, it's vibrating something, right? Let's see. I know they do pump oil into it, but whether a UFO, what causes humming?
Well, they only ever hear that sound when the thing's very low to the ground, Paul, when they're in close proximity.
Yeah, it's some sort of resonance, right? Through high voltage.
Mm-hmm.
What causes hum and transformer? Let's see what
I
they
don't know. I
say.
think it's some kind of electromagnetic effect.
The main
I
cause of
think you need to.
transformer noise is the
There we go.
Meno.
Magnetostriction.
If you can say that word, go ahead.
Aha. Magnetostriction effect.
We get the read of the read. Let's see how it
Alternating
goes.
current that flows through an electrical transformer's coils
The main
has a magnetic
cause
effect on its iron.
of
Oh, thanks, Paul.
transformer noise is the magnetostriction effect. The alternation current that flows through an electrical transformer's coils has a magnetic effect on its iron core. It causes the core to expand and contract, resulting in a humming
There you go.
sound.
So it is a resonance of heat and effect from expanding and contracting. So it happens. So it's going to be 50 times a second, isn't it? So like a 50 hertz hum.
Yeah. And remember, people were reporting this kind of thing in the 40s and the 50s. So, yeah, you can totally rule out any kind of black budget technology doing that.
By actional and radial vibrations. There you go. That's what I was saying. Resonance of the windings. The windings actually in the core. So let's have a look at that guy, what he's saying. Well, it's quite interesting because I've never heard people explain why transformers hum. We can naturally think about it, but yeah, that's probably really loud there. Look at all the transformers buzzing away. All transformers have an inherent sound level that varies with the size and style of the coil assembly, depending upon the transformer operating conditions. Sound level measurements at the installation site can drastically different. Oh, what's Susan up to? $20. Where'd you get $20 from?
Wow.
So this is what Trump's got to give out more free money, so then we get donations. No, thanks, Susan. Did the Darts and Alien pop up on the screen? I wasn't actually watching. So
It did.
Sound level measurements at installation can be drastic different. Okay. Cool sound. When a strip of iron is magnetized, a phenomenon known as magnetic striction occurs, causing the iron to change its physical dimensions. And when the magnetization is taken away, the iron strip returns to original thing. So that almost sounds like memory metal in the sense there too, as well.
Yeah.
So
There's
how
a
does that
little
relate
bit.
to UFOs?
I don't know.
How does that relate to
If you think
UFOs?
of
Have
a
they got
bumblebee,
transformers on?
well, you think of a bumblebee, that makes that same kind of resonance, doesn't it? When you think of a
Yeah, but it's got
bumblebee, it
flapping
shouldn't really
wings.
fly.
So.
You know, it's a bit, but they have to go at a tremendous speed, which creates that resonance, it creates that sound, doesn't it? I mean, those little wings to keep up such a big fat thing, which a bumblebee is.
I did that episode on levitating where the guy claimed that the Beatles' wings had magic properties. So I went over that whole episode and it turned out the guy years later admitted that it was all fake. Levitation. I think it was that episode where it went wrong with the pyramids. So I was talking about levitating big blocks of sandstone. I think it was in that one. Unfortunately, we had the mixer problem, which created a buzzing sound. Oh yeah, here it comes. So it was in that one there, wasn't it? Improved audio, but it's not really improved, really. It was the best we could do with it. I think it was in that one. Let me just have a quick look. Can't remember what the guy's name was, a Russian guy. Again, it's another name I can't remember. Let's see. Badlands. No, Victor. Here it
Magnets.
is.
Now you can see it's using quite a few magnets here.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the episode. So we got the right episode here. Victor Gribinov.
Well, let's have a look at that one. Oh, Grebennikov.
Yeah, the one that had like bug wings on a flying platform.
Anyway, let's not turn this into a science show.
I think it was around about the. No, we haven't got any bookmarks on it. No. Anyway, yeah, just go and check that one out. The one with the beetle wings and flying platform, and they called it a special name too. Not Megostriction or whatever it's called, but it was called some other name, like Kinetics. Did I have it in the thing here? Probably I didn't add it in, did I? Conman flying platform had a special name for it, which is actually a legit science thing about resonance. But anyway, if you've not watched it, go and watch it after the show. If you can put up with the bad sound. I had to lose half the volume to get rid of the crackle and the buzzing sound that we had. Yeah, that was terrible. It was a good show. It was a good topic. That all the things I had put in it was really good. But so the men in black were interfering with it. So, did you want to say anything else? We're going to carry on. We're talking about beings coming down.
We can finish off with these, Paul, and we can move on to the next case.
There we can. Scientists do agree that warp drive is possible. We have no way to create much electrical power to make it work. Well, I talked yesterday. Go and check out the topics list on nuclear batteries. They reckon that's going to be powering our devices like phones and laptops, and they have so many years charging them. You never have to charge them. So that would be interesting, whether they provide us batteries like that. But I think they'll put a safeguard on it where some electronics dies inside the battery where it doesn't work anymore after a year and a half. So you have to buy new ones, because they've got to keep it going. Built-in lifespan.
Yeah, Vince is saying Beekeeper estimated it's at 100,000. I think he's talking about wing beats per minute. It can't be per second, surely. But yeah, and that's one hell of a resonance, and that, of course that would create that. There you go, buzzing sound.
Well, that's slightly different. I don't think a UFO would have a beaten wing.
No. Of course not. No.
I think that's high energy thing, similar to a transformer where it's contracting and expanding all the time. Probably to do with cooling, something to do with the anti-gravity effect anyway. Fascinating stuff anyway. I'm pretty sure if you watch my Townsend Brown documentary, which I keep bringing up, he was actually messing around with that kind of stuff as well. Where he found that when you charge high voltage capacitors, that they'd want to lift up. But
don't you do your science stuff on a Saturday, Paul?
Yeah, I'm just telling people because it's related to what we're talking about. You got to remember, we've got new people coming all the time, and everyone keeps saying I'm a load of crap. People out there, the jealous people out there on other channels saying bad stuff about me, which is incorrect because I'm a science linking to UFO technology type guy. So we can actually bring some truth to the field and not just call it pseudoscience. In fact, he's meant to be doing a hit piece on me today. He said last night. Mr. Goofy on. Anyway, we just carry on. Did we stuff it up? Should have been there somewhere. I think it's going back to the start of the program page again. No, it's not responding. Stop. Not stopping.
The Portage County UFO chase. A case.
Yeah, it's gone to the top again.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's because I used to read it out on the other page. It screws it up. It doesn't remember between tabs, by the looks of it. So where do we get down to beams?
See, this is it. Exactly. I don't know.
Oh, here it is here. Othered, elliptical red lights. We'll just carry there anyway, because we sort of talked over it anyway.
On the same day, at 8 p.m. in Hartford, Connecticut, came several more reports of an oval-shaped craft. Once more with red and green lights, which hovered overhead before vanishing at lightning speed.
Carry on. Should resume.
Around 2 hours later and around 80 miles to the northeast in Bellingham, Massachusetts, an elongated elliptical object with red lights at each end was witnessed hovering in the skies above. Furthermore, many witnesses would report a hissing sound which appeared to come from the strange craft. Shortly before midnight in the nearby town of Quincy, multiple witnesses would report a large disc, as well as two smaller discs with red and white flashing lights. A similar sighting would come from Alliance, Ohio shortly after midnight on the morning of the 22nd of April. A domed disc with rotating red lights came close to a moving car and hovered while keeping pace for several seconds. At 9 p.m. on the same day in Beverly, Massachusetts, more reports of oval objects with red, green, and blue flashing lights surfaced. This time, 3 objects hovered over a local high school. Once again, witnesses would report a low humming sound. One of the witnesses would raise their arms to wave at the crafts. As if in response, one of the crafts suddenly approached their location, hovering close overhead before returning to its original position. The following evening in Warren, Ohio, a bright, round object again approached a moving car and followed it for several minutes before disappearing back into the sky. On the same evening, came another sighting in Massachusetts, this time in Randolph, and once again had the police as the main witnesses. Officers near Rhoda Lake witnessed an egg-shaped craft with white flashing lights around the edge and colored lights on the underside. The Dorchester sightings, more domed crafts with red lights. Perhaps the last sightings of the mini-wave of oval-shaped UFO sightings of the northeastern corner of the United States took place on the evening of the 23rd going into the 24th of April. A week after the Portage County incident in Dorchester, Massachusetts. At just after 10:30 p.m., a family witnessed a domed disc with blinking red lights running around the edge. On top of the dome, a flashing yellow light sat. The object approached the family's apartment, cleverly making its way around any obstacles in its way. All of the family could hear a distinct humming sound which clearly came from the strange craft. The object hovered over the top of an alleyway that ran beside the apartment building block. Then, without warning, it shot off into the night sky. Several hours later, it would appear once more. At a little after 5 a.m., the object appeared again hovering over the family's apartment. Once more, the lights flashed as they had previously. There was no doubt it was the same craft. The same humming sound dispelled any doubt any family members might have had. Power cut to thousands of homes signals the end of the wave. This time, though, among the humming noises were weird, whirring, mechanical noises. Then, even more alarming, an explosion noise suddenly rang out. So loud was it, the windows inside the apartment shook and rattled. At the same time, all the lights went out inside the building. Much like at other sightings, the events caused distress in any animals within the vicinity. The family's pet dog became extremely anxious, pacing and whining constantly. Incidentally, the power failure would prove to affect more than just the residents of the family's apartment block. Official records show that over 2,500 homes were suddenly plunged into darkness and without power. The fact that it occurred officially at 4:57 a.m. is perhaps why it isn't lodged deeper in the collective public conscious. An official explanation would place the blame for the sudden power fault due to a breakdown in the insulation of the wiring in a nearby block. When UFO researchers performed tests inside the family's apartment, they would detect significant amounts of radiation from the window that faced where the object had been. 3 days later in Towanda, Pennsylvania, late on the evening of the 25th of April, a motorist suddenly experienced engine failure. They then noticed the rising heat coming through the roof of the vehicle. When they looked out of the window, they could clearly see a disc-shaped UFO with several portholes along the side. Then, it shot off into the distance and vanished. Why were no official connections made? Might all of the above sightings share a connection to the Portage County UFO chase? It would surely be irresponsible to dismiss so many sightings that share not just one or two details but have descriptions that are almost identical. Just what was the purpose of these sightings, and who was behind them? That the U.S. authorities wished to cover up the events, as we will look shortly, is perfectly obvious. But what were the reasons for that? Why were these sightings, which surely such official projects as the Blue Book would have been aware of, completely missed out on reports into the wider-known Portage County incident? If the real mission behind the project was to get to the truth of the UFO and alien question, then these almost identical incidents would surely have been investigating as part of getting to that truth. Just why were the authorities so desperate to keep these incidents covered up? And perhaps of more importance, were these apparent one-off sightings and encounters, including the Portage County incident, connected? And if so, what was the ultimate purpose of these visitations? Indeed, while half of the American populace embraced the hippie love culture and raged against the system, and the other half did the complete opposite, with their paths destined to clash culturally in the following decades and more complex times. Just what was going on in the American skies in the 1960s. Other UFO waves and the complex UFO big picture. Perhaps it is also worth pointing out that immediately prior to this apparently discrete wave of UFO activity in the northeast corner of America was the wave of sightings in and around the state of Michigan. Many of the sightings were not only similar to the descriptions given by witnesses in the Portage County case and those that enveloped it, but, while a slightly less dramatic, featured another chase of sorts by local police. This wave of sightings also gave birth to one of the most famous, and indeed most mocked, official explanations for UFO activity. The famous swamp gas explanation. It would certainly appear, whether the waves share a connection or not, the official agenda was to discredit, deny, and even ridicule. Did the powers behind Project Blue Book know more than we realize? Or were their actions out of desperation? Desperation that they didn't understand any more than the average person just what was going on? And, with that in mind, who was behind these mysterious surges and sightings? In seemingly random destinations across the United States, and indeed the entire planet? Was this some kind of alien reconnaissance mission? If so, for what end game? And if these bizarre incidents were government-sponsored secret missions, why be so blatant? And have these aerial vehicles fly over highly populated areas? Should we also take into account the global UFO waves on either side of 1966 and 1965 and 1967 respectively? Is the Portage County incident just one encounter in a much larger and complex picture? One that is as intriguing as it is mysterious, and check out the video below. It examines this most fascinating incident in a little more detail. Disclaimer. The stories.
There you go.
There's another thing that's related to this humming sound as well. They always seem to be disc-shaped, saucer-shaped type craft. That they're never orbs or spherical shaped. They're always disc.
But I thought triangles hum as well.
Yes, yeah, there has been those as well. Yeah, I don't know, two different species using the same kind of technology. Yeah, the swamp gas one. Yeah, that was Hynek, wasn't it? My God, he lived to regret that one.
Yeah.
He really did. I mean, even his own people within science were laughing at him for that one. I mean, it's and in the end, of course, they were using swamp gas as an explanation for events that were happening over the desert. And oh Jesus, it was never going to work, was it? But Blue Book was a dog and pony show, and you know, if you don't know that, then you need to look into it a bit deeper. You know.
So we're coming up to 3 hours now. We just had 5
Yeah.
people drop off. There's something happening on TV.
Yeah.
Everybody's going away now. I think it's about this
Maybe.
time. Happens this time every week, I think, around about lunchtime.
Yeah. And it's been going a while now, so I don't know how many hours we've done 3 hours now.
So what ones have we covered in your list today?
Only two of them so far. That we could do a third one if you like, and put plan.
I don't know. What's the side chatters want? They want more. We can go up to 4 hours if you want to.
We could leave it till next week.
I don't know if you want to keep on going. It's up to you. We can go up to 4 hours if you want to. We'll probably cover another 2 cases in that time, though.
I think maybe cover one more, Paul.
We got the Kinros UFO disappearance, Lake Superior.
That's next.
Yeah, and then you got the Muroc Air Force Base incident.
Yeah, well, we can leave that one till next week, maybe.
It's up to you. So, what's the Kinros? Is that the name of the person or location?
That's a location. No, I think it's a person actually.
Yeah, I think so. Where's Lake Superior?
I don't see it. Canada somewhere.
Oh, what's it doing? Someone's taking control of my mouse, or something did. Really weird. The men in black.
It's Kinross Airport base. It was, Paul.
Let's see, Lake Superior. You reckon it's the Air Force Base here?
Yeah, I don't know if it's still Kinross now. They change the names of these Air Force bases quite regular, don't they?
Hampshire. Let's see where it goes. Right up there. Okay, so it's in the same triangle of locations.
I just need to close them down.
Right, he's dropped off. Oh, that's not Lake Superior though, is it? There's nowhere near a lake. That can't be right. Where is Lake Superior? It should be on one of these big waterways though, shouldn't it? What's that one up there? There's Lake Superior. That's kind of strange. We've got 2 locations. So what's where's it come under? Minnesota, is it? National Forest. Oh, what we got? Lake Sunapee. It's because I can't see, you see. Oh yeah, let's type that one in. So Superior. It's got to be that one there. Let's see if we go to the right place now. Yep. So that shows us where all the sightings occurring. It's all in the same stretch, isn't it? That looks like in the 37 parallel there. What's that direction there? I think that's through Kentucky. Well, it's just below, so that's not 37. That will be the next one up, which would be 25 parallel. That's between 37 and 25, I think. That's how you look at it. But yeah. So what are we reading out here? Robert, he's gone away. He's going to be giving us a link. He'll be back in a minute, I guess. Oh well, we could shoot a UFO down. We set him on fire. Here comes Terminator. That Nazi UFO, so it's already been flagged for ads. So let's talk different words. So that ends up getting us limited. After the live show, I'll have to click on a few buttons and ask them to review it. There we go, we're going to shoot a laser beam at Rob's head. He's just come back in time. Here he comes. Go on, set him on fire. Got him. I think he's diabetic. Anyway. Yeah, I love that one. So you back with us yet, Robert? Where's the link for the next part? You're still not with us. I think you're muted.
I am.
The mic. Alright, you are now. I can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
We got the next door dog woofing. I'm not sure if you can hear him.
Oh my god, my dog's causing bedlam here tonight. He hasn't been for a walk today. My mate never came to pick him up.
Oh god.
Yeah, so he's kind of he's kind of he is, and he's had that little bowel problem of his. So I'm just afraid that it's going to happen again. I've already had to clean it last night and again this afternoon.
I don't think I got emanation for dog poo, and we can put the rhino on. You could do the rhino. Here, we got a rhino.
Well, I can tell you what, that's how big his feces is. And just imagine that in liquid form, and I've got to clean it up. Before it runs under the fridge and runs under other appliances in the kitchen, and oh, man.
I do like annoying Robert.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we got the link now, have we? Okay.
Yeah, you've got a link, yeah.
I can't seem to stir up Robert much lately nowadays. I think the coronavirus, or I suppose we can say it since we've been limited.
Maybe it's weakened me a little bit.
It's weakened, Rob. He needs some home brewing, and I think.
Yeah, I've got. Hey, look! I've got my lovely Suffolk ale here. Yeah.
All right. Was that because you suffer Suffolk?
Careful how you pronounce that now, Paul. We'll have this video taken down. Look at that! Look at the head on that. Look at the head retention. Beautiful.
You should be careful what you're saying there about heads. Okay.
You said it, not me.
Yeah, you got to.
I was talking about head retention.
Retention of your head, and you've just been to the toilet. Yes. So Google's going to ban us for long. Okay, so we've got a case of a cosmic kidnapping. Oh no, not this guy.
Yeah, but it's actually a good article and it covers it quite well.
It's good for storytelling, that guy, though. Let's see if I can.
I've seen the NICAP version of it as well, which is more concise but this does cover it well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given it to you.
We've got problems selecting it though.
No, yeah, because you got highlighted.
No, there's something on this page that's interfering. So it won't select it. They got some anti-select copy and paste code on the page. Let's see. I have to read it from the top. It's probably going to go crazy, but let's see how it goes. It'll read all over the place, probably.
Google.cmd.push function. Google.display dive GPT add 1523538705660 single quote conspiracy UFO phenomenon. Join plus and get exclusive shows and extensions. A case of cosmic kidnapping. Nick Redfern. April 2nd, 2013. Facebook. Twitter. Google.cmd.push function. Google.display Google.cmd.push Google.cmd.push function. Google.display Google.cmd.push function. Google.cmd.push function.
Nah, it's screwed up.
That's strange. We've used this website before, you know, and it's been okay.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, let's see how we go selecting that then. Oh, the thing's disappeared now. I managed to select some of it then, you see.
Mm.
We'll get there.
Google.cmd.push function.
Got some invisible code there it's mucking up.
Google.cmd.push.
We've got a problem in Houston. It won't go past that. Okay, we'll try that. Come on, quick.
Google.cmd.push. Opening parenthesis. Function. Google.display dive GPT add 1523538705660-06.
What else can we do on this one?
Okay, stop it. Forget about it. Okay.
No,
Paul. Right. Yeah, it's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Hey, we can select
Farmer to the rescue. Farmer to the rescue. Use that type instead.
Use what? Oh, we can read it
use
out,
this.
I suppose.
No. Just use this one, Paul.
Yeah, there's something on that page it doesn't like.
Yeah, okay. I want you.
Maybe they've been watching maybe they've been watching your shows and notice you use their site a lot, and so they've put some code in there to interfere. That can happen. You know, these people do things like that. But we can read it out manually, like I did yesterday. I did a lot of reading.
No. Paul, if you look at YouTube, I've posted another link. Same thing, but different website. Okay.
I'm trying to do it now.
Oh.
Was that the one
Hold
you
on,
wanted?
let me get back onto Jitsi. There we go.
Okay. Let's get this one underway.
The Kinros Incident, the disappearance of Felix Monkla and Robert Wilson, a case study. The Kinros Incident, the disappearance of Felix Monkla and Robert Wilson, a case study. That the incident of the 23rd of November 1953 resulted in the disappearance and assumed death of First Lieutenant Felix Monkla is not disputed. That it took place during an active scramble and intercept mission is also not disputed. However, what the young pilot was ordered to intercept very much is that the incident took place during a time when such sightings were rife does nothing to quash such rumors that Felix Monkla is one of several active pilots to have lost their lives while in pursuit of a UFO. Perhaps that he was barely past his 27th birthday at the time of the incident adds even more tragedy to the already harrowing affair. Just what happened that November evening over half a century ago? Indeed, we should not trivialize or lose sight of the fact that a young man, not even in the prime of his life, met a grisly end that day. The fact that investigators still believe, passionately in some cases, that there is justice to be done in revealing just what happened to Felix Monica and his radar reader, Robert Wilson over half a century later should perhaps indicate to us there very much is a truth to be revealed. Like a great many cases with a similar background, which in itself should alert us to the fact that something very untoward is roaming the skies of our planet, if we can reach inside the belly of just one such case and extract the truth of the incident, it will no doubt shine a glow on other similar incidents, as well as the UFO and alien question in general. Contents: an unidentified object in restricted airspace between America and Canada. During the early evening of the
You wanted me to stop, did you?
Oh, no.
Oh, I
I thought it was going to read out those bits in between.
Oh, right, okay.
But,
During the early evening of the 23rd of November 1953, personnel at Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan noticed a strange radar return seemingly over the Sioux Locks area of Lake Superior. This region of the upper Michigan area borders Canada, and as such, is strictly restricted airspace. With that in mind, shortly after the anomalous object was picked up, First Lieutenant Felix Moncla was sprinting to his F-89C Scorpion fighter jet on the runway of Kinros Air Force Base to investigate. It would be a mission he wouldn't return from. With Moncla on the mission was Second Lieutenant Robert Wilson, who would operate the radar of the jet fighter. However, constant trouble by Wilson to accurately read the radar readings would mean that radar operators in the control tower on the ground would relay information to Moncla during much of the flight. As respected UFO researcher Nick Redfern writes, available USAF records demonstrate that the F-89 was vectored west-northwest, then west, climbing to 30,000 feet. While on its westerly course, the crew received permission to descend to 7,000 feet, turning east-northeast and coming steeply down on the target from above. Moncla would begin to descend, and with the F-89 approaching in excess of 500 miles per hour, the object would suddenly change course. The jet would do likewise, engaging in a cat-and-mouse chase, assisted by the radar operator at the control tower. This would continue for around half an hour. Then, it appeared the F-89 was finally closing in. 2 blips become 1, then vanish. In the control room at Kinros Air Force Base, radar operators and other on-duty personnel watched the screen as the blip representing the jet got closer and closer to the unidentified blip. They then became 1. Those watching braced themselves for some kind of engagement or for the F-89 to fly past the object and appear on the screen on the other side of it. However, before any engagement could take place, the object would vanish from the screen. At the same time, though, so did the F-89 Scorpion. And the 2 pilots, radar operatives, would attempt.
So this is the case I asked you to do, wasn't it?
Strange, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. This one sounds like it's well documented. Like it's actually got
hell yeah!
Radar data for sure.
Yeah, they did have radar data, and they tried to blame it on a Canadian aircraft. It's the only thing now. Just looking at the side chat, Sparkslinger here saying they've searched the lake for years, but have still never located the wreckage. This is true. The only thing is that Lake Superior is like nearly 32,000 square feet of lake, you know, and that is deepest. It's like 400 meters deep, but it's deepest. But surely by now, I agree. They should have located it. I mean, they really should. I don't know. And it is really strange that the 2 objects merged together. Then they both disappeared from the screen.
Which means they could have exploded. But they could have exploded in the air, you see, and to disappear like
we'll get to it in a bit. But the Canadian authorities were absolutely disgusted, and they said so when the Americans blamed it on the UFO being one of theirs. They said, no, it wasn't. We didn't even have anything in the air. What are you doing? What are you saying?
There's the border through Canada and America, isn't it?
Just we can't explain it. Let's just blame on the Canadians, you know. That's what they did, Paul. There's no question. That's what they did.
Okay.
And
This
yeah,
was fairly big runway there.
Radar operatives would attempt radio communication with the F-89 jet, and an immediate search of the area went ahead. However, nothing at all came to light. For all intents and purposes, the two pilots had completely disappeared. Vanished, completely into the air. According to the aforementioned U.S. Air Force records, the object was last confirmed at 8,000 feet and around 70 miles from Quinault Point. The search would continue right through the night and into the following day. However, not a trace was discovered of the plane or the two pilots, not to mention the still unknown object. Given the strange circumstances of the incident, and the climate of the era with regards to UFOs and flying saucers, it wasn't long before the incident came to the attention of UFO investigators and organizations. Official backtracking and, purposely, conflicting accounts. It wasn't long, of course, before the United States Air Force began to backtrack and give different stories about the circumstances of the evening of the 23rd of November 1953. For example, after first stating indirectly to the Associated Press that Monkla's plane and a bogey had merged on the radar screen, they would then claim no such merging had occurred. In fact, one statement claimed the bogey was, in fact, a Canadian Air Force jet who had strayed off course. Incidentally, the Royal Canadian Air Force would outright reject this statement from their American counterparts. Felix Moncla. Eventually, the U.S. Air Force would issue a statement claiming that the pilot probably suffered from vertigo and crashed into the lake. In reality, though, no one seemed to know what had happened to the two pilots. Nor did they appear to know just what the unidentified craft was the F-89 was chasing. This is quite an interesting assertion. As a UFO researcher, Gordon Heath would state, one would imagine that the United States Air Force, or any Air Force for that matter, would not have someone who suffered from vertigo to such a degree in active pilot duty. And the notion that Moncla had managed to hide the condition during his time in the Air Force is unlikely. As is the idea that military investigators only knew his condition due to hearsay. Perhaps one of the most interesting claims of Heath's is of comments made by fellow researcher, John Tunney. According to Heath, Tunney had spoken to a member of the U.S. Air Force who was present on the evening in question. They claimed to have heard Monkla's Cajun drawl coming over the radio, several hours after the Air Force claimed contact was lost. If this was the case, what would that tell us? A quick pause for speculation. If there is any truth whatsoever in the claims that Monkla's deep southern accent was audible over the communications radio hours after the Air Force claimed he had disappeared, how was such audio kept from the other members of the search effort? Were they using another channel free of the missing pilot's voice? Or did all those involved indeed hear these distressed calls and, the apparent whistleblower aside, simply remain silent of it? Furthermore, where was the apparent broadcast coming from? Was the pilot flying through the skies of Michigan? Or, if we accept there was a UFO over the America-Canada border, which the official records, remember, tell us there was, might this craft indeed have been otherworldly? And might it have transported the F-89 to somewhere else on the planet? Taking that thought a stage further, might the audio have been coming not from elsewhere on the planet, but perhaps from another dimension or realm altogether? After all, planes vanish into thin air more than we might think. Might the UFO have been a consequence of some kind of open portal or gateway? One that when it closed took the UFO and the plane with it to a destination, to us, unknown? The above are all purely speculative thoughts and suggestions. However, in a case that is still wrapped in mystery and conspiracy, it is perhaps our duty to examine every possibility, no matter or bizarre, or indeed mundane. Before we move on to some of the theories, check out the short video below. It goes over the base.
Well, kind of shades of Valentich in this, isn't there?
Yeah, I guess.
You know, yeah. The only thing is because it was a military event. We're never going to be privy to the tower footage. Between what he was seeing, what he was saying, and ground control, we're never going to have that, and that must be out there somewhere. I'm sure that. Yeah. So it's a strange one. I can understand that them having difficulties finding the plane, but they even found the Titanic, didn't they? In the end, I'm sure they'd like to have put this to bed and found the damn thing. Then nobody could possibly argue the case. Then, well, they could. Because they became disorientated, vertigo, and he crash chasing planet, blah blah. But of course, about the plane, he's gone, and the aircraft's gone as well. Not a good situation, this, for Blue Book, was it? I mean, this kind of case is their worst nightmare, because people kick up a fuss when a multi-million-dollar aircraft and the pilot just disappears into thin air. People start asking a lot of questions. It's not like some lights in the sky sighting, is it?
No, it was.
Oh, hold on. When? Do you know where you've left off here, Paul?
I'm looking at the other page because it's got some other images on it. So it was a jet, not a propeller plane.
Oh, hold on a minute. What does Menzel have to say there?
Have we got a Menzel one here?
Yeah, Donald Menzel.
I can't see where it says that.
Yeah.
Oh, we couldn't get this one to read out, remember?
There you go.
Oh, right. Now, what's he got to say?
Okay.
It was Venus.
Okay. Well, hold on. Do you want me to? I'll just read that out. Hall continued. Or, if Menzel's explanation is accepted and there was no actual intercept, why did the Air Force invoke a Canadian C-47, which Royal Canadian Air Force spokesman later stated was not there? No intelligence document has yet surfaced that reports the radio communications between the pilot and radar controllers and what each was seeing. Without this information, it is impossible to evaluate the true UFO versus the false radar returns and accidental crash explanations. That's what I was saying. Now, Menzel. Now, it's about time we learn a little bit about this guy. Yeah, Menzel. He led what we'd call quite an interesting life, a double life. In fact, he was an astrophysicist. In fact, he was Alan Hynek's mentor. He had degrees from Harvard. He had a degree from Denver, or doctorates actually, and he was an outstanding physicist. He discovered the atmosphere on Mars. He discovered several things about the lunar surface, including the Sea of Tranquility and other things. But I can tell you now, he was no friend at all of the UFO. He went out of his way to debunk UFOs where they could find the time, and he found plenty of time. He actually found time to write 3 books on the subject. Yeah.
Well, that's a good money making.
Paul, let me finish, please, now on Menzel. Okay. You've got 3 books. In the 50s, Flying Saucer, Myth, Truth, and History. In the 60s, The World of Flying Saucers. And then in the 70s, right up until just shortly before his death in 1976, he was age 75. He wrote his last book, The UFO Enigma. Now, this is the interesting thing about Menzel. It didn't end there. Remember when the MJ12 papers came about in 1986? Obviously, this would be 10 years after Menzel's death. And of all those 12 members on that MJ12 panel, now I'm not here to argue whether they're genuine or bona fide or not, because there's a serious discrepancies in the MJ12 papers, but I do believe there was an MJ12 type group about at that time, which met on a regular basis with the president. I do believe that was the case from 1947 onwards. Now, Menzel was on the list. Now, this got Stanton Friedman around to thinking, hold on a minute, surely now these papers are false because Menzel is on the list. Why would he be involved with UFOs? This guy's a debunker. So Stanton started digging a little bit deeper. He went to the archives. I think he went to Harvard University and looked up all his background. And oh my God, what a can of worms that opened. Because Menzel had close ties to not just the CIA, but the NSA, and also had a top secret clearance. So he was geeky scientist by day, 007 super spook by night. The guy led a double life. So, and a very interesting life. So it's always important to remember that when you see Menzel's name popping up, and all the sightings in the 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s. And his go-to explanation for everything was planets seen under heat haze and temperature inversion. Now, I'm not really sure how that is supposed to explain daylight sightings and sightings that are relatively close to the ground. I really don't know. But that's Menzel for you. He's a strange one. He really is.
I think maybe he was religious, though, was he?
Well, yeah, I would imagine so. I would imagine so in that day and age.
So they probably got to write it off, you know.
But no, I mean, having said that, with his involvement with the NSA and CIA, maybe he knew full well that UFOs were a reality, but it was his job as such to debunk every UFO sighting. I wouldn't necessarily involve religion, no.
I don't know. Religion, they seem to, it doesn't fit in with their world
No,
view.
their belief system, yeah, so reject, yeah. Still going on today.
That's right, with the TTSA. Chris
Hmm.
Mellon and Lewis and Louise, whatever his name is, and
Luis Alessandro, yeah. Well, they came up against a lot of opposition, didn't they? In the Pentagon and in the CIA and the DOD or DIA. It was DIA project, wasn't it? TTSA, not TTSA, but ATIP was a DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency program, and they reckon, yeah, they came up against a lot of opposition who were religious in nature and just thought all UFOs, devil's work. We don't touch that. There's nothing we can do about that. That's Satan. Leave it alone. You're bringing this out. It's no good for anyone. It's not good. Leave it alone.
Liquid metal. Metal developed reverse engineering.
I don't know where you're going there, Paul. We need to get on with this case, you know.
Yeah. Professionals can't get clearer photos of UFOs. So I'm not too sure where that comes from. That looks interesting, that one. Anyway.
Different yeah. But you're back on, yeah, there we go, that's better. You know that'll work.
Yeah.
It goes over the basics of the case once more. Increasing evidence of a cover-up of huge proportions? Let's turn our attention back to the research of the previously mentioned Gordon Heath for a moment. Heath is just one of several researchers who genuinely believe that the Kinros incident has more secrets to divulge. And, judging by several interesting developments and details of his research, it would appear one of those secrets is of a cover-up of the actual incidents of that November evening in 1953. For example, he would highlight how the two pilots had no memorial performed in their honor as every member of the military who dies during active duty would do. This despite an official declaration of death on their part, and of their widows receiving an equally customary American flag from the United States Air Force. Writing in UFO Quarterly magazine in 2003, he would ask bluntly, was it because they, the Air Force, had reason to suspect that the two crewmen might still be alive? Although that is quite an assertion, it is certainly an interesting detail. And perhaps one that is easy to overlook while researching the rest of the bizarre if grim case. If there was a chance the two pilots were alive, where were they? Again, while this is pure speculation, might they have secretly been recovered by U.S. forces? And if so, what reason could there have been to keep their survival and recovery secret? Might it suggest that the U.S. military knew a little more about the UFO than their official stance would lead the public to believe? A discovery 15 years after the incident would add yet another layer of intrigue and mystery to the whole affair. Coincidence and secrecy. In 1968 in Sault Ste. Marie in Canada, what seemed to be military plane wreckage was found by prospectors along the banks of Lake Superior. There was, it would appear, limited speculation in the local press that the wreckage could be that of the missing F-89 from the famous Kinros UFO incident. However, neither the American or Canadian Air Forces were particularly forthcoming regarding the find. Whether the wreckage was that of Montclair Wilson's F-89 or that of another F-89 that, coincidentally or not, came to the ground in Wisconsin during a training exercise on the same evening as the Kinros incident is open to debate. If there was a desire to keep a tight wrap on what really happened to the fighter out of Kinros Air Force Base on the 23rd of November 1953, it certainly wouldn't hurt that exactly the same make of plane just happened to be training in practically the same airspace at the same time. Might, then, certain high-ranking officers at Kinros Air Force Base and the U.S. Air Force, in general, know more of the fate of Montclair Wilson than is on the public record? While there is no solid evidence at all to back up such speculation, the secrecy with which this case, and others, has been handled, only fans the flames of such conspiracy. Just what happened to the Felix Montclair and Robert Wilson? And why has their fate been concealed for over half a century? Something from another world or something Uncle Sam is experimenting with. It isn't just UFO researchers and conspiracy theorists who have an interest in what happened to Felix Montclair and Robert Wilson. Members of the men's family also wish to know the actual circumstances surrounding their loved ones' deaths. All they know from official records is that their plane crashed, and they are missing, presumed dead. Of course, as the years have gone on, more and more details have come to light. For example, according to a cousin of Montclair, Buddy Montclair, he is very much open to the notion that Felix was snatched by a UFO. In fact, according to the research that Buddy himself has done, the last transmission of his long-lost cousin was, "I'm going in for a closer look." Then, silence. At least officially. Remember, the apparent anonymous witness who claimed to have heard Montclair's voice long after his apparent disappearance. Regardless of what happened, it is Buddy's belief that his cousin saw something, just as the official records of the radar corroborates. And furthermore, in his words in the early 2000s, what else could explain the bizarre and mysterious circumstances around the incident, as well as the U.S. Air Force's equally baffling response to it? What is perhaps interesting is that Buddy, as we speculated above, questions whether the UFO was an alien-driven machine, or something that Uncle Sam was experimenting with. What if the UFO was an experimental aircraft? Might that explain the merging of the two objects? Could it have been that the order to scramble from Kinros Air Force Base that evening should never have been given? And might, if all of this wild speculation is true, be why Moncla's voice was still coming through the audio? Might the Uncle Sam aircraft had an open channel on board?
So, merging of planes, it sounds really similar to the other pilot that you're talking about where he had a tractor beam or whatever, he was locked. What was that one in Mexico that we talking about last time?
Oh, over Mexico, wasn't it?
Yeah, where they sort of approached it and took control of it.
It's a Santos Carlos case, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I suggested maybe it was an interdimensional thing where they come into our airspace for a moment of time, thinking that they had an intrusion or some other abnormal plane in the airspace. And then it closed off again and took him away, releasing his plane. So in this case, it may not have happened. Maybe they grabbed hold of it, and instead of it releasing, when the doorway closed up, the portal closed up, took the whole plane with it as well.
Well, it's actually, I know it sounds outlandish.
I know,
but it actually sounds more likely. It sounds more likely than a black budget project because, where the hell's that technology today then? I mean, this incident we're looking at now, it was 1953, for God's sakes, they didn't have anything like that then. Where's it now?
Unless it crashed into a black ops
plane. Black budget, and
if it crashed into it and it didn't do any damage to the black ops plane, it simply just exploded.
I don't know. They both should have come down.
Or they fired some experimental energy weapon and it vaporized it, and it looks like it merged with the other craft when it didn't. There's another possibility.
I don't know. I don't know.
But,
I mean,
I was laughing at the saying there, and I'm going in for a closer look. I used to have an Action Man that used to pull a little cord on it, and it used to say, used to say sayings like that. Stand back, it could be dangerous. I used to pull it and used to say
Excuse me.
I think it ended up going to my sister's kids. It was Action Man. It had this backpack, and I used to pull it all the time, and used to say about 5 different phrases, and that was one of the phrases. So it sort of made me chuckle when I heard it. Maybe it was a common phrase back then. What was it? 53? Was it? Yeah.
Yes,
the wallet incident and the rail crew witnesses. Heath's research on the matter is perhaps one of the most detailed on record, and one that spans many years. Perhaps one of the strangest details that Heath points out, and one that could be of quite importance, is that before scrambling for his jet, Moncla purposely reached for his wallet and left it purposely behind. Was this, as in a scene in the 1940s film Destination Tokyo, where the pilots were asked to leave their ID papers behind as they would have to land their planes in China following the mission to Tokyo, meaning there was a good chance that they may not return alive? Was this, as Heath asks, a sign that Moncla suspected there was a good chance he may not return from this latest scramble mission? There is also the apparent railway crew who claimed to hear a crash on the night in question. On the Canadian side of the border, workers along the Algoma Central Railway would report to local newspapers of hearing an explosion on the night in question. Although there is no official mention of it in the report, witnesses in the area also state that U.S. jets, presumably searching for the missing pilot, did several sweeps of the area shortly after. No wreckage, at least as far as the public is aware, was recovered at the area.
Vaporized.
What might the rail workers have heard if not the F-89 jet? The Battle Creek witness. Another apparent witness to the incidents would come to light in the early 2000s when a report surfaced on the website concerning UFO sightings. The account, from an anonymous witness, claimed they were a former military member and was present in the radar room at Battle Creek Air Force Base on the night of the Kinros incident. Their account of the evening in question was almost identical to what is now in the public record. Except, he was able to fill in the gaps. According to his version of events, 2 F-89 had scrambled that evening, but one of them had to almost immediately turn back to base due to a malfunction. Montlo would then turn down the option to wait for another wingman and proceeded to intercept the bogey along with Wilson reading the radar. The witness claimed to have witnessed the radar screen as well as the radio communications, which were increasing infested with chaotic static the longer the incident progressed. The declassified and official files clearly show that only one plane was in the air at the time of the scrambling. So that leaves us several options to go over. An important account or disinformation? Firstly, is it possible that the Battle Creek witness is simply manufacturing the truth for their own entertainment? After all, there is no monetary return for submitting such reports. While this is certainly not beyond the realms of possibility, there is little reason to believe that someone would have gone out of their way for the fun of it. Especially when there are other ways they can get attention. Might it be, then, that such information, misleading as it potentially is, was purposely uploaded by the powers that be in order to muddy the waters a little more? We have, on several occasions, examined how disinformation works in the UFO community. Might this be such an example? Or might the account be genuine and the details simply mistaken decades later? If that is the case, then the details about the static are very interesting and worthy of note. Many other UFO cases mention this buildup of static electricity. Does this, then, suggest that the UFO that evening was indeed one of alien origin? As Heath says of the apparent Battle Creek witness, there is nothing to corroborate his account, but it does have the feeling of being important, and is certainly something we should take into account here. Connection to the 1952 F. Jake flight disappearance? Almost.
So they talked about the explosion there, and earlier they talked about finding a piece of aircraft metal on the beach of the Great Lake, right? They didn't talk about it having analysed it, so and they said that they got no response about the wreckage, right? Whether it could have been off one of those planes.
Yeah,
Could have
but
been
that
a
wasn't
mid-air collision, though.
Yeah, but hold on a minute, Paul. But that last case we were looking at wasn't the Kinros case, was it?
With the metal on the beach.
No, the explosion. That wasn't the Kinros case, was it?
I thought it was.
That moved on to.
Oh right, okay. So we're
a different case.
Mixing up different stories.
Yeah. This is just adding. It's trying to add some corroborating evidence.
Yeah. So I might be mixing up the two. Which also the plane disappeared. Different planes disappeared. Right.
Yeah.
Is that part of the Alaska Triangle then? It's not really Alaska though, is it? Great Lake Triangle. Alaska Triangle was up here somewhere, if I remember right. From the TV show, it was like a triangle over this way. So this looks like maybe it could be another triangle. And then you got the triangle down here as well, the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know, it's kind of strange. But yeah, you can see here's a lot of mountain ranges, forests, and deep water. You can see here from this satellite thing, there's definitely a lot of trenches. Makes you wonder.
Yeah. I'm looking at like 400 meters deep in its deepest spot. Yeah, but I don't think the average depth is anything near to that. So, but
makes you wonder how much human bodies are in here that people end up in their drinking water. But anyway, we can carry on with this next one called the Jake Flake disappearance and see if it sounds similar. But it could be like
1 year earlier.
I don't know if we can really call it UFO, but it could still be black ops there, which they've covered up because there was something that went wrong or something like that. Who knows? Maybe they fired a weapon at it and vaporized the aircraft with this new laser or whatever. Who knows?
Oh, I don't know where's that new laser now, Paul? If you can do that in the early 1950s, where is it now in 2020? Where you've got this secret black budget weapon that can vaporize something. Nah. If you got that, Paul, if you got that, it's a game changer. Yeah,
they might have it on the Space Force triangles that's out in space.
Oh yeah. Well, no. Come on, yeah, the Vietnam War, you had the Korean War, yeah, which the Yanks lost out badly. Why didn't you just vaporize the Vietnamese and the Koreans then? Come on, they haven't got anything like that. They never had anything like that. They still haven't got it now.
It could have been an experimental one where it actually blew up with the plane, though. It might have been one-off prototype where it went badly wrong.
No, come on. If that technology was half decent then, yeah, it would have been perfected by the 60s.
Well, maybe that's the thing. Maybe they pulled it because it was killing people, firing it, you see. And covered it up.
I'll tell you what, that's like believing in a flying spaghetti monster.
It might be buried in those black vault files, you know.
Yeah, you might as well believe in the Tooth Fairy as well. At the same time, if you think they had vaporizing technology in the 1950s, nah, sorry, mate, not happening.
Well, the atom bomb is a good thing, vaporizing stuff, isn't it? So.
Well, it didn't vaporize stuff; it just melted stuff, didn't it?
I don't know. It certainly would vaporize as well. Didn't leave shadows imprinted on the footpath in Japan. That must be
bones behind, Paul.
I don't know. It's more likely it went into the lake itself, and that's why it's never been found.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. That is the most likely conclusion.
I think someone would have come across it like a tramper or a hunter or something like that, right? But there was a bit of wreckage, which kind of suggests a bit like that flight. You know, the flight. What's it called? 180 or whatever it's called. 1080.
Oh,
that disappeared off the Malaysian flight that disappeared. You know, there was
that's an odd one.
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, that one could have been a UFO as well. Who knows? But yeah, it's a strange one where they didn't get any bodies or anything. Makes you wonder where the bodies goes. It's kind of scary. But anyway, the missing triangle one, they got lots of people going missing there, but they reckon it's Bigfoot's killing them and eating them and stuff like that. But who knows? You got the wild bears and all that all over the place as well. Wild dogs, anything, you know, if you crashed into a forest, there'd be records of preying, but finding the bodies is going to be a tricky thing because the animals will eat it and chew up the bones and it'd just become poo, and you wouldn't even find any solid bones or anything like that. They'd eat skull as well, and
well, I mean, even pigs can do that. They reckon the only thing that a pig will leave behind is body hair and maybe fingernails and stuff, you know?
Yeah. If you go hunting in the forests in New Zealand, the wild boars, if you don't kill it first, they kill you. And you'll never be found again, because a lot of people go missing in New Zealand like that, hunters.
No. And they don't attack in ones either. They attack in a kind of a pack, don't they? Like a V formation.
Yeah, they kill the hunter and then they'll just eat him. The bones and all, you know.
Yeah, bones and all.
Remember there was a story, was it in the newspaper, where the guy actually had a pig farm underneath the house and he used to kill people and just throw the bodies down for the big pigs to eat, and they would get rid of the body evidence. Wasn't it some serial killer or something like that? And that would be actually true. It's very possible. You know, I suppose that's where the Hannibal got this information from. You know, the plot idea anyway. Funny how we sort of strange topics at times, but anyway, just carry on.
Almost exactly a year earlier, on the 28th of November 1952, another plane would vanish just as mysteriously as the F-89 piloted by Moncla. That evening, pilot F. Jake would take charge of a twin-engine Beech 35 aircraft at Edmonton, Alberta in Canada. With 3 passengers, the flight was scheduled to travel to Toronto to witness a Grey Cup game. They would refuel at Houghton Municipal Airport, which is, incidentally or not, sits on Michigan's Keweenaw Peninsula, the last confirmed sightings of the F-89 jet that vanished a year later. After the refuel, Jake would take the plane over the open waters of Lake Superior. As is standard procedure, their flight was monitored by U.S. radar stations along the America-Canada border. Shortly after they took off from their refueling stop, the plane along with Jake and the 3 passengers simply disappeared from the radar screens. What made the disappearance even more bizarre was that there were no distress signals or anything else to suggest there was any kind of problem with the aircraft. And further still, no wreckage or bodies were ever recovered. There are some records in the form of official telexes to suggest that some plane wreckage was recovered in the immediate region in Beaver Lake, a small stretch of water nearby, in April 1953. It is, however, unclear if this wreckage was of the missing Beech 35 aircraft. And if it was, it would raise the question as to why no further wreckage or bodies were recovered in the same vicinity. The 1953 Hunreth and Wilkinson disappearance. Whether there is a connection or not is perhaps open to debate, but an incident that happened a mere weeks before the Kinros incident is most definitely worth looking at here. Especially as it would result in the strange disappearance of at least 2 people. The fact that they had some connections to George Adamski, who despite initial believable contact almost certainly appears to have manufactured and manipulated such events towards the end of his life, perhaps makes some researchers stay clear of the incident. As a follower of Adamski's, Carl Hunreth would develop a device, the Bosco, with another follower that could summon down flying saucers.
Oh,
After
God, here we
falling
go.
out with Adamski and while working as a radio technician in California, Hunreth would be joined by his co-inventor, Wilbur Wilkinson, incidentally, a married man with 3 children. Between them, they aimed to develop their invention further and summon down-to-earth visitors from other worlds. It wasn't long, through psychic techniques managed to communicate with an apparent extraterrestrial race called the Messarians. Then, in early November, things took a decidedly strange and perhaps ominous turn. Beginning on the 10th of November 1953 and continuing into the following day, Hunreth would begin placing phone calls to members of his family and close friends and associates. What he said would make people concerned about his mental health. He would claim that several people had left Earth for other planets. Furthermore, people should not be surprised if this might happen to him. A cosmic journey or tricked into abduction? Then, on the afternoon of the 11th of November, the 2 men would rent a small plane at Gardena County Airport just outside of Los Angeles. They would rent the plane for exactly 1 hour and made sure there was 3 hours worth of fuel in the tank. Perhaps in an effort to cover their tracks, they would submit no flight plan before leaving the airfield. What happened next is largely guesswork. It would appear, however, their plan was to meet the Messarians somewhere in the deserts outside of Los Angeles in Southern California. From there, it would seem, at least according to their own belief, they would be taken to another planet. Whether they achieved this or not, as outlandish as it sounds, is still open to debate, as their plane nor either of their bodies was ever found. They simply vanished into thin air. It is easy to imagine that Hunreth, an inexperienced pilot, no doubt, likely crashed somewhere in the desert. However, if this was the case, the wreckage should have been recovered quickly. However, this didn't happen. Did they really manage to meet an extraterrestrial race in the California desert and leave the planet with them? If that was the case, why was their plane also gone? Did they, like Moncla and Wilson only 12 days later, simply become engulfed by the, presumably, huge UFO? Maybe we should ask ourselves, what if the contact between Hunreth and Wilkinson and these apparent cosmic visitors was genuine, only their intentions were not as advertised to the two men. Might it be that a meeting did take place in the desert outside Los Angeles, only the eventual leaving of the planet was far from voluntary? A reminder of the very real consequences. Before we move on to look at a remarkable discovery on November 2006, we should once again remind ourselves that behind all of the theories, claims, and speculation, two young men lost their lives that evening in November 1953. And what's more, members of their families are still not satisfied with the official explanations on record. Felix Moncla's older sister, Leonie Shannon, would claim that the incident deeply affected her family, particularly their mother, for whom Felix was her only son. Leonie herself would also carry the circumstances, or more specifically the cloudiness of them, around with her. She would state decades later, after that incident, I was constantly looking in the sky every night. I never saw anything. It's a puzzle. Perhaps more damning, however, was how the Air Force and, in turn, the U.S. government handled the situation, and the respective family members. She would state, we still know nothing about it. I don't think the U.S. government wants to let us know about what really happened to him. She is certainly not alone in her assessment. Most of the UFO researchers who have investigated the case have drawn a complete blank and wall of silence with regards to their requests for further information. As we mentioned previously, it is this kind of blank response that fuels the many conspiracies that thrive in such conditions. The Great Lakes Dive Company claims revelations are hoax. In August 2006, it appeared there was reason for quiet excitement concerning the case when an apparent email sourcing an apparent overlook at Associated Press story regarding the recovery of an F-89 jet plane. The story is ultimately, and likely correctly, thought to be a hoax. However, given everything we have spoken of, both in this article and in several others on the subject of disinformation within the UFO community, we would be irresponsible not to mention it here. An email would arrive with UFO researcher Francis Ridge from someone using the name Preston Miller. The story claimed that contrary to the official report, divers had discovered the wreckage of the F-89 Scorpion jet shortly after the incident in late 1953. The discovery, the email continued, was made in Lake Superior, a short distance from the last confirmed sighting of the plane. Ridge would forward this information into the wider UFO community via the forums and message boards. One of the details made available by the UFO researcher was a link to a website allegedly ran by the divers, who now wished to get the truth out to the public. This company went by the name of the Great Lakes Dive Company. Almost immediately the UFO community swarmed over the apparent whistleblowers. This would eventually result in a representative of the Great Lakes Dive Company making themselves available for interview. Indeed, it would appear to many people that a breakthrough had finally come in a case that was over half a century old. Not to mention that was still, in the minds of most researchers, still very much unexplained. Adam Jimenez, following the sudden surge of interest from the UFO community, Adam Jimenez would begin to field questions and even requests for interviews concerning the information they had sent to Ridge. And the quality of some of the researchers and investigators who would speak to Jimenez was of a high standard, perhaps no more so than when he was interviewed on the Coast to Coast radio show by Linda Moulton Howe. What's more, side-scan sonar images of the apparent discovery were made available on the company's website. They would show a plane that seemed to be almost in one piece. You can view those pictures above and below. However, when further images appeared on the website claiming to show a teardrop-shaped UFO near to the apparent wreckage of the plane, suspicions began to rise among many UFO researchers. The claims from Jimenez and the Great Lakes Dive Company was that this was the UFO that caused the apparent crash over the water of Lake Superior. Intense searches began to go ahead on both the company and Jimenez, both of which would result in no information whatsoever. In fact, to any level-headed investigator, it would appear that both the Great Lakes Dive Company and Adam Jimenez, at least the one claiming to represent the company, did not exist. Then, less than a month after the correspondence and claims of the company surfaced, the website vanished completely. Furthermore, Adam Jimenez would no longer reply to emails and the phone number for him no longer worked. Was this merely a hoax by bored teenagers or 20-somethings sat around in a basement of the family home enjoying the anonymity the internet allowed for such tomfoolery? Or might there be a little more to the Great Lakes Dive Company? A contemporary attempt at control and manipulation of the facts? Even after this sudden disappearance and seemingly confirmation of the obvious falseness of the claims, many UFO researchers would continue digging into the apparent identity and motivation of Jimenez and the Great Lakes Dive Company. While there was no suggestion that what the apparent whistleblowers were saying was true, some of the information they were pushing was intriguing. For example, they would claim that the reason the location had not been searched thoroughly by the United States Air Force was down to a refusal to give permission on the part of the Canadian government. This, incidentally, was not only completely false, but no such permission was requested. At least, officially. The images themselves, however, were generally thought to be genuine pictures. But they were likely taken of sites elsewhere as opposed to in the surface of Lake Superior. Once more, we have to ask if there is anything anyone could gain from setting and carrying on such a claim. Generally speaking, most of the UFO community disregard the claims of Adam Jimenez as nothing more than a silly hoax. And it would certainly appear that there is no to little truth in any of the claims he or the Great Lakes Dive Company make. Perhaps amazingly, however, there is still some who believe there might be something in them. However, if there is, it is most likely in a way that most people don't always consider. Might this, for example, be another attempt to plant disinformation? And to make anyone who might take an interest in such cases be seen as crazy as the claims of such UFO researchers as Adam Jimenez. It sounds fanciful, but such a simple tactic is highly effective with the wider public. Especially those that are standoffish with such bizarre claims, to begin with. Quite obvious that something extraordinary occurred. The tragic disappearance and presumed death of the two servicemen, Felix Monkla and Robert Wilson, is, in reality, just one of several such fatal disappearances. In short, such admissions would be to admit not only that UFOs were very real, but they were potentially dangerous. Not least because of our collective understanding of them, or lack thereof. If there is any truth to this, or any of the other similar, in some cases identical in the basic detail, what does that tell us of these apparent galactic visitors? And were these missing pilots killed intentionally, captured, or did they indeed experience a fate unknown to us? Perhaps more than anything else, though, and a question that lies at the heart of many such UFO incidents, why was there, and still is, such an effort by, at least portions of the United States military and government, to keep such a tight lid on these bizarre instances? As the sister of Felix Monkla stated, she believed the government didn't want to tell them the truth. Does this suggest some kind of active involvement in such matters? Or might the reasons be, as has always been suggested, albeit unofficially, that to acknowledge such tragic and fatal incidents would cause a panic among the wider population? Whatever the answers to those questions ultimately prove to be, it seems perfectly obvious that the truth of the matter is different from the official version of events. That something extraordinary took place appears quite obvious. Just what that something extraordinary might prove to be is still very much open to debate. Check out the video below. It discusses this intriguing incident in a little more detail. Disclaimer.
Okay, got to the end of it.
Yeah, well, that Jimenez and his deep dive company, whatever, that just stinks. It's either hoax, or there is a possibility it's disinformation as well. I don't really know, but I don't really know why it included the likes of Billy Meyer and George Adamski there. With that 1950s contactee movement, that just muddies the waters even more than ever. It's a totally real incident. Most likely conclusion, I don't know. It collided with something, was shot down by something, and came down in the lake, and still has never been found. But it should have been found. I'd suggest it should have been by now. or maybe people aren't making a big enough effort. The powers that be aren't making a big enough effort to find it. I don't know. I'm not saying it should have been found.
Yeah, I wonder if this is
the oceans are enormous, aren't they?
Well, the lakes are as well.
You know, we've found over the years most, most ships that have sunk, fairly easily, even if it's taken, several decades. We've found them. I really don't know. It's a baffling case. It really is. Yeah, I mean, this could be a genuine picture, Paul, but as it said there's, the serious doubt it had anything to do with Lake Superior. So we're looking at something we don't even know where it's.
That's interesting. Constant. Well, we'll just see if we can. It's not much of an image to go on, but it does look kind of symmetrical. But it looks like also it could have been dragged along the lake or sea bottom, wherever this image is from. Looks like it's moved along with the currents there. Could it be a crash? Definitely could be a crash. Line coming this direction, right?
Yeah, but we don't know who photographed it. We don't know where it was photographed. We've got absolutely nothing apart from, the photograph itself. That's what I'd call a wild goose chase. Maybe that's what it was designed to do.
Yeah, it's just black and white photograph.
Yeah.
But no.
It doesn't matter what filter you use there, you're not going to introduce any colour.
So let's see how symmetrical it is then. Does seem like an abnormal thing for a big rock.
Yeah. I don't know, not that abnormal, I suppose, but
This is a circle one.
I don't see any wings. I don't see a tail.
Well,
I mean, it's not exactly the shape of a fuselage either, is it?
Well, let's have a look. Why is it not dragging? It does look like a tear-shaped UFO, though. What do we talk about? The on a slight angle. Where's the drag handle? There's normally a thing for rotating it. Where's that gone? Background's not really working with it. On a slight angle there. Just seeing how close to symmetry it is. Resize? Where's the resize handles? Let's move. Rotate. Where's the resize gone? Why can't I see it? Rotate again. Does look symmetrical though, doesn't it? Oh, here we go. Looks very constant. But yeah, I don't think it's a Photoshop. It does look like a proper sonar scan. Kind of looks like the same shape as what Shelley was talking about her craft, you know, oyster shape, where it said it was like a round and it went to a really fine point. So what was the other image we had there off the plane? Where's it gone? You're going to toilet again. He's just hopeless. You think he'd have a urinary tract infection or something. I'm going to have to do a little cartoon with an alien peeing, I think, when he goes. Just need some more time to do it. Maybe have that UFO shoot it and catch on fire, and then the alien comes along and pees on it and puts it out. And there's all sorts of crazy things you probably could do. So does it look like a plane there at the bottom? Side scan. But yeah, I'm starting to get a wee bit tired now, so I'm probably going to have to wrap up. Adjustments. Does it look like a plane? Maybe we need to overlay a regular plane. It does sort of have like the tail fin here. What's this here? Landing gear? So how close to the object is this object? And what's that object there? Debris, I guess. Does it look like debris of a plane? Where's the wings though? So where's a picture of one of these planes that they were flying? F-88 was it? Got a picture of it up here. We had it on the other page, didn't we? Why is it not going up anymore? One of these planes here. F-88. What's these lines from this UFO here? Is that meant to be like a portal or tractor beam? I think it was F-88, wasn't it? Model of the plane, or F-89? F-88, 89. Northrop Scorpion. Looks like the same one that we saw in the picture before, the tanks on the end. Have we got an individual image that we can sort of compare it to the undersea thing? What's that one there? It's got this fairly high gap here, hasn't it? Not the best of image though, it's got cut off. Have we got a better one? Yeah, it's got a really high end to it there, hasn't it? See how the shape goes up? It does sort of match that sonar scan, doesn't it? But I want a side profile. And so far, oh, there we go. So let's grab that one and overlay it. Oh, I gotta go move because my arm's going to sleep. Laying on the bed here on a strange angle again. The mattress has moved. Okay, so I noticed they call it JFIF now, not JPEGs anymore. I'm not too sure, but Google's done that, which is annoying because most of the programs don't know about it still. JPEG. Just rename it just in case. Okay, we can drag it on. this one here and compare it. But it would be good if we had more confirmed thing that was from Lake Superior. That would really help. It's not from somewhere else. Add on to layer. Oh, try and expand it both directions. So it's got that high thing here. Looks very similar type tower, doesn't it? Of course, this is on a slight angle too because it's tilting away. The fuel tanks, though. I wonder if we can outline it. Get rid of some of the background. Try that. Edit. Make it bigger. Now we can move it around. Got that problem. Deselect. Deselect. Oh, move it there. Yeah, there we go. Now we can sort of play around with it, expand it. I wish the handles disappeared too. I wish they would colour handles on it to make it bigger. There we go, is it? There. That's movement. Where's the edge of it? Oh, there. Screws up sometimes. And we want the other handle. Where's the other handle? Not quite proportional. So that looks like it could be a pod on the other side, which we can't see. Look, this one looks like it's broken off and gone in this direction here. These are fuel tanks that obviously they can drop off the wingtips. Long range tanks. Does look like the same type of craft, you know. Got that long skinny nose here. Cockpit. So the guy could be inside. If he went down there and dived, if it was truly a wreckage down there, sounds like we need to send, almost need to send MUFON investigators to do a dive down there, or do what do you call it, a radar.
But the thing is that costs money. You know what I mean? It costs money. You've got to send qualified divers down there. The expedition isn't going to be cheap, is it? They're going to have to dive over. You can't just do a week of diving. Remember, 32,000 square miles you're looking at covering.
Yeah, but it's a good mystery.
You know, you're talking about putting people out there for years and years and years and years. MUFON can't afford to do that.
No.
Who can afford to do that, to be honest?
Definitely
32,000 square miles of lake.
They look side by side comparisons, definitely a F-89. But anyway, that's worth doing, I thought. Anyway, I'll just close it down. You don't see that on other podcasts, what I just did. Anyway, just close that down. And we should be wrapping up there, Robert. So any last bits? Because I need to shut down too, my brain.
Yeah, sure, yeah. It's like, oh my God, it's past 2 a.m. here now.
That's what I mean.
It's gone quick tonight, hasn't it? We've done over 4 hours, I think.
Yes, that's why we said 4 hours and 13 minutes.
Yeah.
One of our longer ones.
Anyway, yeah, some interesting cases there. It was fun. And with a good few joining us, and thank you all. Thank you. So I don't really know what to make of all three of those cases. I think they all still have to go down as don't know.
Yeah.
I'd say at least 2 out of those 3 cases go in a kind of grey bin. Oh, that's cool. Thank you, sir.
Ming, welcome to the channel.
Yeah, 2 of them kind of go in the grey bin, and one of them kind of goes in my definitely a UFO bin.
Yes,
That'd be the second case, by the way. The UFO chase from Ohio to Pennsylvania. That I'm absolutely certain that is alien. That's
like
UFO. The other 2, grey bin. I'm not writing them off. I'm not saying they're alien.
See, this
I
would
just
be
don't
like a
know
good story for someone to do, like History Channel to do, and what's his name? Cameron, you know, that's a billionaire filmmaker. He's got his super subs. He could easily dive and look at the bottom of Lake Superior and try and solve the mystery there, I reckon.
I think that's millions and millions of pounds over years and years to comb that place, you know, Paul.
Oh yeah, but he's a billionaire, so he could do it for fun, you know. Millions of dollars wouldn't matter to these
You'd
guys.
thought Bigelow would do it, wouldn't you?
Billionaires.
Bigelow's got the interest as well.
I don't know. Billionaires like to keep making money. It's like a contest between billionaires,
They
isn't
do,
it?
don't they? Yes, they do.
So speaking of billionaires, before we go, let's see. Who's the richest? The 1%ers. Can't even spell
You can have the building burgers up there somewhere. Bill Gates is going to be up there somewhere. There's Bill Gates there, look.
Yeah, but who's at the top? Does it tell us a table of contents here? 2020 we want. Have we got a 2020? Yep. Here we go. Here we got Jeff Bezos. Who's he? Bill Gates is up there. $113 billion. I wonder what interest you get on that a day.
Yeah, Paul, can I just stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Trust no one is asking. Now, do you remember the 1561 Nuremberg case, which we covered in Live?
Yeah.
Going back now, I reckon was months and months and months ago now, easily. And we were looking at mass UFO sightings. Damn it. And I think we were looking at the Farnborough case as well. And then we went back in time to look at a couple of kind of medieval cases. And trust nobody wants us to try and find that particular archive for him. I think you're better equipped to find it than me, Paul.
You want us to find that old case?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure we called it mass UFO sightings, didn't we? I think that was the title. Something like that.
Nuremberg?
I don't know.
Was it Nuremberg?
Nuremberg, yeah.
How'd you spell that one?
Nuremberg.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Okay, I'll say it's NUR.
NUR, that's what we got, yeah.
EMBERG. And the date was 1561, right. That'll help.
Nuremberg. I still don't think I spelled it right. Is it?
No, I can't see what you've done there. Hold on.
I can't see either. My eyes are gone. Nuremberg.
Oh, no. You've got the E wrong. Where that U is, there should be an E.
Is it Berg or Berg with a U? That's not right.
You need to put an E between the M and the B.
Let's Google it.
Oh, God, man. I read it out to you.
I just can't see. You could just cut and paste it in the side if you wanted to. Nuremberg.
Yeah, of course I could. Yeah.
I can read that size font. Nuremberg. There we go. Is that the spelling? Yep. I was putting U's in when we should have been putting E's in both cases. So you just have to search it on the keyword in here and see if we've got it in the description. This is why we do really good descriptions on our live shows with chapters when Susan completes them for us. And we paste it in the update of a pinned comment as well as stick it in the description afterwards, after the show's processed. Here we go. Did UFOs nearly cause World War III? Is that the one you're talking about? That must be in there.
Don't think that was that. I think that was about Bialokovich.
We'll find it. You have to click open it and read the description. I know the Google search there sucks, so let's go to try and play it now. So what's in the topics list? I can't see Nuremberg listed.
No, that wasn't it. That's definitely not the episode.
I just wonder where it got Nuremberg from. I can't see it in that list. Okay, so it's not that one. What else have we got? That's it. Where's Nuremberg? How did it get?
I know for a fact we done it. It was like it seemed to be like a battle going on in the skies, you know, witnessed by thousands and thousands of people.
Are you talking about?
We certainly didn't have anything in the sky in 1561.
I don't think
that's for sure.
Nuremberg. I suppose it's got a different spelling, is it?
No, that's Nuremberg. Our spelling, English spelling, is you had it there.
Yeah, I did, but it should have come up with my one I did as well, where I debunk it.
It's where they held the war trials.
I think it was 1561, was it?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I've put I've got a debunk on it here, which is also talking about that Corey Goods BS movie, 1561 Nuremberg. I go over the various debunks about it, but I think it was multiple events that happened that day. I think there was the sundog, there was a meteorite shower, and some of it caused a fire when it hit the ground. I think it was multiple events that happened that day, which kind of explains the whole thing back where in a society where science wasn't king, so to speak. Superstition, witchcraft, and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we did talk about it on one of your ones, but I'm not sure which one it was.
No, not do I. I haven't got a clue.
Haven't got a clue, and the search is useless. I don't think it's come up here. Oh, here we go. 1947 flap.
No, that wouldn't be it. That would not be it. I think it would have been mass UFO sightings, you know.
Let's just check.
If you search that, you might find it. No, that's not it, Paul. I can tell you for a fact it's not.
People have proven to be true, like he was in a phone book.
I'm not sure. Well, that's coming up in the search. Where's 1961? 1561 in that list. Mass sightings. Okay, we could probably find it.
Do a search then.
My eyes are
mass UFO sightings.
We've done so much now, mate. It's just amazing. What I could do is what I did yesterday. You got to type the word Robert Talks, and it'll come up. Probably haven't even spelt that right.
May not have put that in at the time.
Yeah, these are the ones with Robert Talks. Let's see. Abductions, Texas, triangular UFOs, aliens attack. See, according to U.F.O, we don't do anything useful, you know.
Wait there. That could be it. Mass UFO sightings. Click on that.
Don't know if it's going to have new
I
audio
asked you
again.
to search that, Paul.
Yeah. Da, 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 da.
Ah.
Give it a
Cool
chance. Can't see 1950s.
There
Yeah, I
it
don't
is.
know.
There it is.
Where it
That's
is,
the
where
one.
it is, where is it, where is it? I think we had a little argument over it. Where is
Lubbock
it?
lights. Oh, that's hold on. What the hell's?
That's
Yeah, here
not
we go.
it.
1950, 60, 19. You've moved it. 1561 and 1566.
All right.
Mass
Yeah,
UFO sightings.
right, could be too.
So that's the
Okay.
episode.
We haven't got any bookmarks for that one, have we? We got no chapters, Susan. We needed you back then. Okay, then what Susan does, she puts in time marks that you can just click on. It'll just take you straight to that particular part where we start talking about it. So we're adding that to new live shows, and she's slowly working backwards onto the old shows. But we haven't done this one yet, so I'll just cut and paste it here. Robert talks 1561. The heck come that didn't come up in the search when I searched 1561? I don't think that was
Well,
what I
no,
searched.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, but it should have come up when you put mass UFO sightings in, which I asked you to do.
Yeah, but it should have come
okay.
up in it should have come up in 1561 as well, because it was the number was in the description there. This is how useless Google searches, you know. But anyway, best to go and watch them all anyway. It's just so much we've done. I think we must have a few in that playlist now.
It don't
Maybe
have
30.
to work. It'd be no issue.
Yeah, we could turn it into a TV series, but then we'd be hit with copyright claims because we use other people's images and stuff. But we're getting away with it for fair use. But as soon as you're trying to sell it as a commercial product, then they get all up to the, and everybody wants a slice of the cash. But yeah, I'm surprised that UFO Hunters and stuff just doesn't have a UFO channel when they just do investigation. Just put it up. They'll just have a big following. Not everyone wants to watch History Channel anymore. Anyway, no one trusts History Channel. They edit stuff,
No.
you know.
Yeah.
Oh well. We had a good list of cases today, I think. Good, interesting mix. Yeah, so thanks for joining the Real UFO channel. You know, they're saying thank you for us, but we would talk about this stuff even if we had 0 people watching anyway, and just hope that someone in the future would probably watch it in offline mode anyway. But we can only keep doing this why we can keep afford doing it. Or the government will stop us doing it, because at the moment we live off the government, and government could cut the fundings. So we'd have to make money from the channel to really run the channel. So everything could change every year because we get government reviews on what we're meant to be looking for work, and
Wow. Just one step at a time. That's all you can do. Just see how it goes. You
know, you got to prove your
we survived this long
problem.
without any funding, Paul. So
yeah, but it's only because I've been fairly lucky, really. Well, unlucky, I should say. My eyes have been continuously a problem, and my back problem's been a problem, and been getting worse. So, as long as the doctor keeps signing the dotted line. So anyway, we're going back to the rich list here. The richest is Amazon. So where's eBay featuring this then? Second most is Microsoft, which he's been mentioning about this C19 business. Apparently he did some vaccines. Go and have a watch of that episode from the True Factory Cats. It's quite interesting what she put together there. LVMH, what's that stand for? Car company, is it? Yeah. Looks like a car. What's that
No
one?
idea.
Berkshire. Don't know that one.
Oh, look at that.
Oracle Corporation.
Walmart. Wow. Jesus.
What's that one? Sarah, I never heard of that one. Spanish retailer. Facebook and Walmart. All family members, is it? Or brothers and sisters. Wow. Imagine having that much money. You wouldn't need to worry about anything. Anyway, we better wrap up.
Yeah, sure. My head feels like it wants to fall off my shoulders.
Well, my neck is hurting too.
Yeah, my
'Cause I
neck's hurting like hell.
I'm
I've had
getting
to
on
use this
a
gel
angle here.
3 times during the live stream tonight.
I got my foot on the wall practically to stop me sliding off the bed. This is how bad this bed is getting. This is what I want to replace, is the bed, because once I get rid of the bed, maybe my aches will get better. That's when did I buy this bed? 1998, I think it was. So I've had it that long, and it's had its day. I got this memory foam on top, which ain't helping, and it doesn't stay in place. But yeah, there's only way I can prop up my back. So we better wrap off here and say thank you. Yeah. Good night. Time to wrap up. So we get people saying, "Oh, it's too long. It's 3 hours. I'm not going to watch 3 hours of rubbish." You know. These are the people on Tyler's, right? Oh, we need 10-minute videos with nice pictures, you know. Flashy.
You can't
graphics.
even cover one case in an hour properly, to be honest.
Tommy read out 2 paragraphs of an eyewitness account. That's 10 minutes gone, right? Good night.
Yeah,
all.
plus you have to add commentary to it.
Yeah. But it all pads out, you know.
Sure does.
If you wanted to cut down our show into a 10-minute segment, I don't think you could. Even if you took each of the cases and brought it down, all you would get is the bare minimum information about the case, and that's it. No, thanks. Oh. Yeah, well, you know, the people say all this in comments at me, and I just, you know, have to bring it up because I think it's just stupid. If you're a real UFO person, time doesn't matter, and you can just watch part of it one day and rest of it the next day, and so on. Because we only do it in the weekend at the moment, so they got all week to watch it. Good night, all. Thanks for liking, commenting. So I'm going to keep ranting and all that, and sharing. But Kieran is sharing. All good. Fuzzy pop. Now we've had a few people drop in and out today. Now this counter's going up crazy, so you can see people dropping in and out. They're probably watching other channels and stuff, probably. Trust no one.
Oh.
What else we got? Spark Lingzer. So I might do another live, maybe Wednesday US time or Thursday. I'm not too sure at this stage. But I will make it open lines, and I'll probably do MUFON cases again. And if you want to come on and talk about your case, experiences, what you've seen, or been abducted, or anything like that, or visitations, it's a good time to come on and talk about it, and we'll listen. And you can get it recorded then, so it's up on a live stream for a lifetime of the Google, I guess, or will they destroy your video or whatever? It would be good to think that what we doing now would still be around 1,000 years, and people would still be watching it and laughing at it, or saying, "Oh yeah, they were definitely right after all that time," because that would be really good.
Yeah, it'd be a bit late then. Never mind.
Could you imagine going back over Tyler's one? Because he'd be like on a History Channel documentary. Who was the biggest hoaxes of disinformation and all that? And they'll be talking about Tyler Clockner. And because all those people that used to think he was great back then, they'll probably be commenting, I was suckered in by him. I didn't listen to the Out There channel. We thought he was a hater, blah, blah. You could just imagine what the future videos would be like.
Yeah, well, can you imagine now in 50 years if disclosure came about? Yeah, and they were looking at all the hoax people.
Yeah.
50 years looking back, the likes of Tyler would go down as an even bigger idiot than the likes of George Adamski or Billy Meyer.
Yeah, because he had more of an influence, probably.
Yes, well, I don't know. In George Adamski thought his day had an idiot, but he didn't have the power of the internet where he could influence, 2.2 million people.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's what I'm sort of imagining. It would be good if videos lived on forever and people would make interviews and documentaries about it, and use clips from your videos and stuff. You
can make just no one. You can make the live stream to 7 hours. Suzanne, LOL. Don't tempt them. Oh Jesus, man! I don't know. I think it last 7.
Who was the biggest YouTube channel in New Zealand? It would have to be me, because for UFOs. But anyway, even though I'm a small piece.
Come on, let's get the hell out of here.
Well, old Susan's laughing there.
Yeah.
See, that's why we're entertainment as well, and we're not just serious UFO topic, but we're also a wee bit entertaining. So we're not actually boring, as a lot of people attacking me keep saying. But we'll just kick off the ending and say goodnight.
Okay. Thank you, Chris Nolan. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Charles. Thank you all. Take care. Stay safe.
Hopefully it's playing. Some people are sad that they just joined us and we're ending. I know, time zones suck. If only the world was really flat, then problems would be solved. This one's going to take a wee long to process, I'd say. Probably an hour for people to process it. But sometimes they do it really fast. It's hard to guess it. The Kiwis wrapping up in the beds there. Turned off the studio lights. The Matrix. We're in the Matrix. We're taking the red pill.